Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve our agenda? A motion by Commissioner Kronfeld. Is there a second? Commissioner Truman? Is there any changes to the amendment? Commissioner Evans?
Is this where I would say that if the minutes for the Diversity and Equity Subcommittee were incomplete, or do we do that at consent?
We at consent. Would you like to withdraw it from the consent agenda and have it come back later, or? Okay. We can take care of it at the consent agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Hockenado?
So one idea that came up at our Diversity and Equity Committee meeting was a reflection on our goals around being more inclusive for the public, and there was a proposal that we regularly build into a period after public comment in the event that any board member wants to perhaps reflect upon something that the public might have said. So it's not necessarily a conversation, but at least some opportunity for the board to recognize that the public spoke, and perhaps some of their comments might have generated some discussion. So I would, I don't know if this would be a motion, but would you consider creating the opportunity for board members to speak after public comment to reflect upon what was said?
Without objection from the full board, I would entertain that. Basically a reflection period by board members.
Sure.
Any objection? Okay. Commissioner?
The only question I have is, especially thinking about tonight and the fact that we're going to be discussing the budget, is a concern that there would be people in the audience who aren't sticking around to hear that budget discussion, because much of what I think we'll hear from the public tonight will come out in that discussion.
So are
Reflection will, no, I'm just trying to understand in a full board meeting where a lot of times I could see where if somebody's bringing something up that's not on the agenda, it would be possible, you know, good to be able to respond, but you know, a lot of the times people are speaking to the agenda,
Right.
and you're going to cover a lot of that later on anyway. So I just,
You'd like us to be thoughtful and
yeah, that would
timely
be a
in
good
our
way.
comments? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The reflections in a thoughtful and timely manner, I think. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I was going to ask if we really needed executive session.
We now have a presentation from two of our principals. The principal at Edmonds Elementary is Shelley Mathias, and she's going to present, do a presentation on activities at her school. Shelley, could you speak up to the mic?
Can you hear me? Great. Thank you for the opportunity to share what happens at Edmonds Elementary School. Our school is an exciting, vibrant, vital, and enthusiastic place. We currently have around 370 plus or minus on any given day. We have 18 classrooms, three classrooms per grades, kindergarten through 5th grade. We have about, I think right now we're up to 36 ELL students, 21 languages. We have gone up from last year's SES, we were free and reduced lunch rate. Last year we were at 37%, currently we are at 45%. So we are a school that is growing and changing and having a lot of fun. So what I'd like to do is go over some of the things that we do. You know, there are so many thousands of photographs that you take at a school. Brian knows this because he's the king of photography, I think. And capturing them and putting them so that you can get a sense of the level of excitement and enthusiasm at our school. It's hard to do, but there is an awful lot happening at Edmonds every single day. And these photographs are just some of the examples of the kinds of things that we're doing. Some of these were run by PTO, some of them were classroom activities, some of them were run by volunteers. But let's just talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that we undertook for our school, our family school partnership. In our hallmarks of excellence, we mentioned our family school partnership and how the work of that committee has really helped to enhance our school overall. It's been a real work in understanding our parents, our families, our students, and we undertook a survey last year in February, which really helped to inform what we should be doing to be, first of all, where we stood with our community, and also what things we could do to improve what we were doing. And so we found out that overall we were very pleased with the results of the survey, because the results were very favorable in terms of people feeling included and welcome in the school. But it really gave us more emphasis on making sure that when we did have activities, we were even more inclusive. So for example, this year when we had our traditional barbecue, we did an activity to make sure that the adults who were there for the first time with people they didn't know, we did an activity so that it kind of forced everybody together to get to know each other. We did the same thing at our multicultural night with an activity that we actually learned through some of our diversity training, where all the adults were on their hands and knees, tracing their hands shoulder to shoulder, and it forced everybody to really get together and start talking. And there was a lot of laughing and giggling, and as adults were going through this activity. So what the Family School Partnership did was to help us understand or help us identify some specific things that we could do to make everybody feel more welcome and really reach out to all of our families. In terms of, and actually the Family School Partnership has been helping us a great deal in terms of working with volunteer groups. We are focusing this year on getting more support for our students through volunteering. And we've partnered with Champlain Elementary School and the Honors Program at UVM to help with mentoring and tutoring services. Some of the students from UVM are actually helping us with data and assessment. So it's really been an outreach progress that the Family School Partnership has really helped us with. Some of the other things that we've been doing at our school have involved community service, community action. Last year we undertook the Rochester School Relief after Irene, and those efforts continued. Our students, we had several student-initiated efforts to help in the community, such as the Heifer Project. We raised $1,000 for the Heifer Project. This year we raised money for COTS. We brought in over 500 pieces of food for the food shelf before Christmas. So the whole idea of community service has really been implanted in all of our kids, and we're very pleased about that. I think the pictures tell a lot of story about the vibrancy, but we've got some new efforts that are going on this year that we, as a faculty, we want to make sure that we're serving all of our students as well as possible, because we believe very strongly that equity has to mean equity in terms of the quality of education and how far each of our students can aspire to. So one of the things that Edmonds Elementary School has done this year is to adopt or to pilot an assessment program. And this was an assessment program that I was able to become familiar with at my last school. And one of the things that we found in our educational support team process was that it was very difficult for us to come up with a process that really clearly identified not only where a student was, but if they were progressing enough. And so we've adopted a program, we've been piloting a program that gives us documents that really screen through kids. This was too long for me to put, but can you all see how there's color coding on this? And what this does for us as a faculty and for me as an administrator is this is actually my entire 5th grade class. And it's showing me how many kids need more intervention, more support. The kids in the red and the yellow needs more support. The kids in the green they're right on track. The kids in the blue and the white actually could use some additional intervention in terms of giving them something perhaps more challenging. And this kind of information is so very useful, but that's not the only thing that this program does for us. And we're in the process now of, I'm just going to quickly switch over to PowerPoint because I want to help. Sorry. What we are doing now is working to, we can also see things like, now you're going to see that I just got this apple. How do I go to full screen?
Top view.
Okay, top view, got it, slideshow, got it. Sorry, I'm still learning. Okay. So, what we're doing is we can see a whole school report, so we can see where we are as a school against the national average. We can see the kids in the blue are well above the national average. The kids in the orange are the kids who are struggling. This is really valuable information for us to get. And the first grade was not tested in this assessment, but the second, third, fourth, and fifth grade were all tested in the same assessments. Interestingly, these assessments can be given in a matter of minutes on an iPad and scored immediately, so they're highly efficient for the faculty, and they don't need as much professional time out of the classroom to give. So they're really exciting to have. The student results, this is individual students get reports. The blue dot is where the student fell on these assessments. These happen to be math assessments for a student. And on the concepts and applications, in other words, a broad spectrum of different kinds of math problems, they were not doing too well, but on computation they did above the target. So it gives us information about these students. And so we are working on figuring how to, we're actually running our assessments in tandem right now, and I really have to appreciate the fact that my faculty have been willing to do this to help our students. But this is exactly the most important part of this program, is that we actually can establish goals for each student, and so that when we're progress monitoring them, we can take a look at how they're doing on the weekly assessments. And these are very short probes. They take about a minute to 4 minutes, depending on the probe, to give. And it tells us, is the intervention that we're doing, is it doing any good for the student? Or do we need to try something else? So it's very, very valuable information. It's quick and it's efficient. And it really gives our EST process a lot more to work with, so that when we're bringing a child to EST, we can say, yes, we've done progress monitoring, yes, we've done this intervention, we've done that intervention, this is what's happening. And this is what the PLCs really need. The professional learning communities are supposed to be, and we're really working as a district, our initiative is to be data-driven. And that's why this is so valuable to the faculty, because it provides a ready access to data. So this is a very exciting pilot. It's we've really been able to capture some volunteer supports in getting the assessments done. We did 1,500 assessments, over 1,500 assessments, basically with volunteers and some teacher support. But we did them. I was grading them because I really strongly believe that these are tools that could help us. And the faculty were really intrigued with the fact that they could give the assessments and score them on the spot, and they're loaded, and then you get products like this that are very, very informative. There are, I don't know how I'm doing on time. How am I doing on time?
I didn't notice, but you're probably running
over.
Towards the end.
I'm talking as fast as I can.
okay.
I just wanted to make sure. We're doing, I think it's important to note that we're really working hard to give students the time with students in college, just to make sure that we're planting that seed early and often. So we have kids who are mentored by college athletes from UVM in the Colleges for Everyone, and for every student. We have the UVM women's hockey team is partnered with Edmonds Elementary. They're coming tomorrow, as a matter of fact. And we also have, the other thing that I really want to mention is in our area of maximizing our resources. Edmonds is pretty well, we're pretty much, we're about as, we've used every penny as best we can. Let's just put it that way. We're really working hard to make sure that we maximize our resources. And to that end, we are using scheduling. Our goal is to increase the quality of minutes of direct instruction per student. And I think that's a really important concept. So to do that, we've used scheduling to enable us to create efficiencies in common instruction time, so that, remember these groups of kids that we've identified, well, we've also identified, well, if they're in the yellow or the red area, where are the areas that they need work on, so we can group the kids, group the teachers on those short duration skill building sessions, and then they go back to their universal first instruction. So but the scheduling has to be in place so that all the grade level teams have common instruction times so that we can move kids around. And it also, by having common instruction time, that means that the teachers also have common planning time for their teams, which is also something that is really critical in terms of having good functioning professional learning communities. I ripped through. I'm trying to be respectful of your time. Does anybody,
Yeah, go ahead.
does anybody have any questions? Quick. Yes.
I've got about 20.
Yeah, I
Apologize
bet.
for running around and getting here late. Sorry about that. But I'll just ask two. The first is with family school partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
You describe things that you do. How do you measure what you would consider success out of family school partnerships?
We actually do count participation. We count how many people show up. And we also take a look at who's there. And we actually do a fair amount of outreach. And for example, if you had been looking, there was in the slideshow, when we were at the hockey game, there was an amazing amount of participation of our ELL students and their families. We had, actually, there were some comments that there were families and parents that had never been seen before at school functions. There was an awful lot of outreach. I would say that we've really worked hard to make sure that people feel included, helping with transportation. The PTO has really helped with that. The PTO and Family School Partnership really do work very well together. And understanding that not everybody has access to everything. We really work to solve those problems. So.
And it's not actually my second question, but it's sort of following to the first. Do you do similar with, in particular, conferences, parent-teacher conferences?
We track actually the whole district tracks all the parent-teacher conferences. And, if they don't come on the assigned date or on their scheduled date, we just keep trying until we get them. And a lot of teachers are actually in contact with parents fairly frequently throughout the marking periods anyway. So.
And then this program you're describing for monitoring a child's performance, and I guess maybe you said it, maybe I missed it because I had some things I needed to clear up. is this measuring absolute, your color page, is that measuring absolute performance? Is it measuring growth, or? I may
This
have missed
is,
that question.
with this program, what you do is you do this 3 times a year. This was a benchmark that was taken in the fall.
Right.
We're about ready to do, just like the district does a fall, winter, and spring benchmark, this is a benchmark. If a student needs to be progress monitored, if a student's in the yellow or the red, then we would have progress monitoring graphs that are on a per-child basis.
Right,
So it depends on what you're looking at.
okay.
Okay.
I don't want to take any more time, I could take a lot, thanks. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner Davidson?
Have you found any significant flaws or shortcomings with that application, and do you think all the schools should try using it?
I'm a real believer in this system because of its efficiency, its affordability, the power of the information, the goal-setting piece, which I think is really critically important. If you're, the research is very clear in response to instruction or any kind of intervention work that it's not enough to intervene. You need to be able to measure the efficacy of the intervention by having a goal. That sets a slope on a graph to have that goal, which in reading might be increasing words read correctly per minute by 1 word a week or 2 words a week or something like that, so that by the end of a period, the student is closer to or at the standard. So you need to have that target, and we don't have a tool that does that for us right now. So yes, I believe so.
Like when you say that you administer the assessments, those are like quizzes or tests that are written, and then you enter the score, and you said that you do them almost weekly, and if you...
Only the kids who need progress monitoring would you do frequently. And you decide based on the level of, let's say a student is a student that you want to progress monitor, maybe because you put interventions in place, they're working, but you just want to keep track because they're sort of at a barely, they might be sort of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, in terms of getting them up and over into proficiency. You wouldn't necessarily progress monitor them every week, but a student who's really at risk and you want to know quickly, you would keep an intervention in place for maybe 6 to 8 weeks, watching the progress over that time. If that intervention isn't working after that period of time, it's time to do a different intervention. You know, what's the thing about the saying about doing something over and over again and expecting different results? So this is the kind of tool that helps us to identify, is this intervention actually doing what we hoped it would do or not?
Are you getting any good success stories? Are you seeing any real turnarounds by changing up the strategies?
We're still in, you know, it's too
Still
early
piloting,
to say.
yeah.
At my last school, when we were able to fully implement it the way it was needed to be implemented, and we had full, you know, we're doing it as best we can, but we didn't have the professional development time and everything. We're doing as best we can. And it is a useful tool, and the faculty have bought into it. But at my last school, the kneecaps after the first year of implementation, I had a 16% increase in students on free and reduced lunch becoming proficient in literacy. It was massive. And it was because you had to pay attention to every kid. It's kind of in your face. Here they are. So that's the equity piece to me. This is the equity piece, that you see who they are and you do something with each and every one of them. So
Thank you very much, Dr. Mathias.
thank you very much for the opportunity to share.
Okay. And we have the principal of Sustainability Academy at Barnes, Ryan Williams.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I want to thank the school board for all their hard work and service to our community. I want to thank you for being out here on a mild winter night and demonstrating your civic engagement. I'm going to show a little bit of a slideshow of what the sustainability is all about, and to try and give you a little bit of a flavor of what we do at the Sustainability Academy. I forgot the Our logo. I'm going the wrong way. I'm still going the wrong way.
Brian, were there more of these, or were we supposed to pass these around?
You can pass those around, Jill. I'm going to speak to that in just a few minutes, but please share them, and I'll be leaving some for people to take a look at. So welcome to the Sustainability Academy in Burlington, Vermont. We're located at 123 North Street in the heart of the Old North End. We are based on the premise of the lenses of looking at education through social equity and justice, economics, and environmental stewardship. Our goal is to help create a world that is sustainable and desirable. We partner with Shelburne Farms in the Sustainable School Project. They are our strategic partner. They are the leaders in education for sustainability in the United States, if not the world, and they provide a tremendous amount of professional development for our school through the Van Paul Foundation. These are our wonderful people, Emily, Sarah, and Jen, who help us out with our professional development and with trainings. So again, it's about environmental stewardship, it's about social equity and justice, and it's about local economic opportunity. Now, we still do the traditional courses of literacy, of math, of science, of social studies. This is really great. Our 4-5 team was Skyping with the governor and senator, the governor, the senator, and our congressman during the Democratic National Convention. It was very exciting. We had a good time with it. We also provide our enrichment activities like music, which has an after-school string program. Drama, and we partnered with Very Merry Theater. Last year we did Frankenstein. This year we're doing Sustainability Superheroes. We also do physical education, which has a 3-week bike unit with locomotion, which is in both the spring and the fall. We have guidance, we have art, and we have a wonderful learning center which is filled with light from these beautiful skylights, and it overlooks these great trees. It feels like you're in a tree house when you're up there. And we have these awesome sustainability-themed book bags. So this one is around social justice. And in this book bag would be books for children, books for middle-aged children, books for adults, and ones you could share and read with them. There's probably 30 themed book bags, and our wonderful Learning Center coordinator, Susanna Patterson, put this together. We have a very strong English language learners program, as well as an excellent special ed program, and of course, speech and language pathology. Now, part of the beauty of education for sustainability is we really believe in experiential education. And so that would be project-based learning, where we're having students learning by doing in very deliberate ways. This one, for example, is a walk down North Street, looking at North Street's past, present, and future. It's a wonderful look at the Old North End through the eyes of our students who predominantly are residents of the Old North End. And they looked at all these different buildings. They made this wonderful book about it, and it's a very professional, very accomplished effort, and they are on sale for $10. This is a really neat program. We partnered with BTC, and we needed to make some chair racks because our custodians were having to haul the chairs all around the school. So we did some math, we measured the elevators, we measured the chairs, we came up with a prototype. BTC Welding made one for us. We brought it, we tested it, we then sent it back. They made 3 more, and now Mr. Preevy, our wonderful custodian, does not have to haul chairs around. We can wheel them with comfort. Part of it is also service learning, giving back to the community. These are our 2-3 team. They went to, they did a food drive for over 3 weeks and donated, I think, close to 750 items to the food shelf. We had a parade with a police escort. We marched down there with our bags, and we filled up box after box after box of food for the community. Learning by doing. We also incorporated a lot of math into that one. We have reading buddies. Our 2-3 team and our kindergartners get together once a week, if not more, and they read together. My daughter Eleanor is a kindergartner at the school, and she really enjoys her big buddies. This is place-based education. By the way, our students made these beautiful watercolors. I took this one, had it mounted at Silver Maple, and then gave it to the Burlington Emergency Shelter. They were thrilled by it. So place-based education means getting out. This is our kindergarten team last year. They fell off a log at Shelburne Farms. We're there a lot. They had a great time on this particular very muddy day. We do a lot of hands-on work in our gardens. And we're also a PBIS school, so we do hundreds charts, Every Monday morning meeting, we count them out, and we just this past Monday morning meeting reached 100 hundredths cards. Do the math, it's 10,000. And so this Friday is Crazy Hat Day at the Sustainability Academy, which is their reward for doing such an excellent job of being great students. We have a wonderful after-school program with a great director, Miles Ewell, and so we pretty much provide programming for students from 7:30 in the morning until 5:30 at night. And for our students in the after-school program, they get dinner. So that's essentially 5 meals a day. We take food security along with Burlington Food Service very seriously. So we eat a lot of local foods, a lot of whole foods, a lot of natural foods. We were a bronze school winner in the Healthier US Challenge. We have a professional grade kitchen and some very talented chefs who really listen to our students and provide meals that will feed them and be nutritious, but which are also things that they will like. So, you know, things like dal we'll find on the menu. We built a composting table. We do 100% composting at our school from classrooms and from the cafeteria. And every Monday morning, we start off with a Monday morning meeting. It's a great way to celebrate. It's a great way to practice being audience members. And we have students who are awesome audience members. This is also open to parents in the community. And we do a variety of different presentations. This is Claude Mbode from Burlington High School, who was the second place winner in the National Poetry Out Loud contest. He came and presented to our students. Moreau Weinberger and the other mayoral delegates came for a mayoral forum. The students asked them a lot of tough questions, and I would say it was probably the most civil debate in all of the mayoral forums. And this is Future Funk, one of our dance troupes, which did a great performance followed by a song. My daughter Maud, who was a 5th grader at the time, on the left. And we have literacy breakfasts, where parents get to read to children. We did books for brunch over the summer, where we provided food and books to children to keep reading going through the summer. We also did Reading to End Racism, which is coming up on Monday. If you'd like to stop by, we'd love to have you. Then we did math night. A lot of fun, a lot of hands-on activities. Probably 100 people showed up for that one. And our students went and presented at UVM Sustainability Panel Discussion. We do a kneecap breakfast every year for our students to reward them for their hard work. A lot of nutritious foods. We play music, we dim the lights, we put out tablecloths, and we also do awesome field trips. This one was down to the Salmon Hole. Our kindergartners get a bus ride to Champlain Chocolates, and they practice being on a bus and learning how buses operate. That's our friend Joan, who did a great job teaching our students how to be excellent bus patrons. We had a trip to the Philadelphia Zoo this year, which is funded by 7th Generation, one of our partners, and this is based on the Orangutan Project, which is looking at palm oil and the effect of harvesting palm oil on the environment. The kids had a great time and then reported out to the entire school. This is our 2-3 team up at Abenaki. This is our 4-5 team out at Shelburne Farms for their end-of-year field trip. And this is our all-school field trip to North Beach at the end, and this was part of our PBIS celebration. They did such a great job over the course of the year that we took the entire school to North Beach and we had a ball. We do a bike rally every year. We do it with the help of Local Motion, and it's a lot of fun. We get the whole school for about 1.5 hours riding bikes all over the school. We do have Band-Aids and Bactine available. We do a lot of community events, including, or our philosophy is building community means being together. We do lunch for dinner. We do the IAA Diversity Dinner, and we're going to be doing another one this year. We do a pancake breakfast silent auction. We raised $6,000 this year for our student programs. This is everyone making the pancakes. It was a lot of fun. Eating the pancakes, which is even more fun. And our PTO barbecue, which we use to kick off at the beginning of every year, which has a lot of food from the Intervale. There's Dylan Zeitlin slicing up a beautiful watermelon. And Susanna Patterson doing some art projects with our friends. We do a great Halloween dance, a lot of superheroes this year, and an M&M on the far right. And we did our first ever harvest run at the Intervale, which is a lot of fun. Again, another fundraiser, but it really raised a lot of fun. That's me in the corn costume on the right. I ran in the 1K, and I was exhausted. This is the 5K race. which a lot of our older kids participated in. And this is an art project. If you've been out to the airport recently, you might have seen these panels. Skinny Pancake wanted to do an art project. They asked us if we would do some painting of these panels that we're going to go over to the construction site. I asked my good friend Bonnie Acker if she would help, and she said, how many panels? And I said, well, there's 40, but they just want us to do 10. And she insisted that we do all 40. So we worked with the after-school program, and we created these beautiful panels, some of which will be coming back to our school for our permanent collection. But it was a great way to celebrate Vermont agriculture and to get our students in the after-school program doing art. We did this in 3 days. And then we displayed this for the beginning of Education for Sustainability Week. It was a very powerful experience. And one of our fun traditions is we have disappearing gingerbread people. This is the gingerbread cookies escaping from the kitchen after the kindergartners put them in there. I have a lot of fun with this one personally. And then they're found all over the school, and they leave clues, and then eventually they were brought back to the school this year by a very nice police officer from Burlington Police Department. This is our dragon. Shout out to Vince Brennan for helping get this going. And this is the new body with the old head, and this is part of our first night celebration. We had author Rafe Martin come last year. Our students also had a great experience with Jay Kalu. And we have a lot of community partners. This is our friend Jeremy on the right, who built us a mobile chicken coop. We also partner again with Shelburne Farms, 7th Generation, the Intervale Center, Friends of Burlington Gardens, Community Sailing Center, YMCA, Locomotion, Resource Retrain, Champlain College UVM, Vermont Common School, the Burlington Legacy Project, City Market, and probably a few more that I can't remember off the top of my head. But Resource Vermont built us these wonderful rolling cabinets out of repurposed materials for a very low cost. And then we partnered with the UVM Environmental Landscape Program to create our schoolyard transformation plans. And this is in keeping with the renovations that happened to the school very recently, which we greatly appreciate. The installation of energy efficient windows, siding, and roofing. There's a beautiful window that used to be smoked plexiglass. A geothermal plant, which is saving us a tremendous amount of money and also carbon dioxide going into the environment. Solar panels, which is for educational purposes. There's 5 that are on a fixed system, 5 that are on a tracker system, and it all comes down to a web-based interface where we track our utilities, solar, geothermal, electricity, gas, and water in real time on the internet, which is great. We're still getting the bugs out of this one, but it's a lot of fun to be playing around with. We do 4 community days of service every year, 1 at the beginning of the year, 1 at the end of the fall, 1 at the beginning of the spring, and 1 at the end of the year. And we get students involved. We have a great tool room with a ton of tools. The kids love to roll up their sleeves and of course get dirty. This is our garlic bed, which produced some heirloom garlic, which was very delicious, and we serve to our students. These are the raised beds out back. And these are our friends having a good time with our pint-sized wheelbarrows. This is a stepping log that some volunteers decided to make out of some extra material that we had. And this is a wall that 7th Generation made with us during their day of service. The entire 7th Generation company, 80 volunteers strong, came to our school for an entire day of service, and we had a wonderful time doing it. This is the ABC garden. This was there from a couple years ago. Shelburne Farms helped build this with our students. This is our raspberry bed, and behind it is the blueberry, and up on the hill are the grapes. We're doing a lot of urban landscaping. This is a spiral garden our friend Charlie McMartin was building for us. He works as a private mason, but he did his volunteer hours with City Market by doing work with us. All we had to pay for was the materials, and we started installing a lot of boulders around the campus. Kids love these things. They cannot stay off of them, and they also make great benches and congregating areas. So we put them in strategic areas where they wouldn't be in the way of property services, but they would be accessible to students. These you can jump from rock to rock, and I know because I had a student test them out before we planted them firmly. And this is another view of the raised beds. And this is the aerial view of what it looks like when it's done, when we had the wood chips installed. Really sweet. All these beds grew basil, they grew herbs, and then we took all of this and we made it into pesto, which we served at some of our community dinners. This is spiral play structure we put in the front playground. This is right outside of my office window, and there's at least 10, 15 kids on that every time I look out when they're at recess. They love jumping from rock to rock. It builds core strength. It also builds a sense of agility and balance. And this is sort of the big project that we did. This was the outdoor classroom. A big part of education for sustainability is place-based education. We want kids to be outside. So I made a really bad plan, and then I showed it to my really good friend Chris Sharp, who's an art teacher at the high school, and he came up with this design, and over the course of a summer, we did it. So this is the foundation holes, which went into the ground with a lot of concrete. We lowered the rocks on top of it with the help of property services, and I can't thank them enough for all that they did. And then we had community volunteers strip the bark off of sustainably harvested larch logs. We had students helping with the transom and with the measurement, and this is not a joke, this is not a stage thing. They actually did a great job helping us out, holding the measuring tools and looking through and making sure that our measurements were correct. And we had volunteers from 7th Gen come and do some grinding of the metal brackets. And that's my favorite photo. That is us close to being completed. That's Chris Sharp on top, I'm on the bottom, and that is our outdoor classroom. The best part, though, is our parents got really excited. They were so inspired by what was going on, they decided they wanted to get involved. So 2 of our parents decided they were going to take some of the leftover material that we had, and they built a kindergarten classroom in the kindergarten corridor, and this is what it looks like when it's got a bunch of students in it. So this is right outside of the kindergarten classroom. This is where they stage all these great activities, and it's also where parents wait for their children. And there's my daughter Eleanor, second from the left, doing their owl eyes. And this is a celebration the 2-3 team did in the outdoor classroom, and it was getting a lot of use before we finally did the outdoor classroom dedication. It's called the Owls Space Outdoor Work and Learning Space. I just want to give a shout out to 7th Generation. They donated the $7,000 we needed for the material. Chris Sharp and I donated our time, and a tremendous amount of community volunteers helped us throughout. So this was a great, no cost to the district, tremendous community builder, a great gift to the community, and it has really inspired our community to do more work on the exterior of our school, and we have a lot of ambitious plans coming up. So just wrapping up, we have great students, students from all over the world. Everyone gets along really well. We believe in nature. We believe in being compassionate to each other. It's a very fun school to work at. It's a very special community. You're more than welcome to come anytime you like and take a tour. And if you know of anybody who has a 4-year-old that's looking for a slot next year, we have parent information sessions next week. And our new Clavinovas. Mia, who runs the school, she's my boss, our administrative secretary. You always got to give a shout out to the admin assistants. They're tireless. And wrapping it up with our kindergarten teachers, Sue Blair, Julie Benz, some of the best teachers I've ever had the privilege of working with. Thank you. That was the Sustainability Academy.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions from board members? Commissioner Mattson?
What a surprise. With the work you do with the companies, organizations in the community, do you coordinate at all with the community outreach folks, say at the middle school, working through the years with any of these, or have you done any of that?
We partner with just about everybody.
But I mean, within the schools, coordinating within the schools, within the community outreach programs that are primarily at the middle schools, have you had any coordination up and down the years?
Not yet, but we will be doing more. I mean, that was just last year and part of this year, so I haven't been there that long, but if I get hired, I look forward to deepening that relationship.
What are you applying for?
The principal position at the Sustainability Academy. I'm in my 2nd year as an interim principal, and I was the assistant principal here. I've had a little bit of a journey, and now I'm hoping to stay there full time. It's a wonderful place.
That's it.
Any other questions? Commissioner Davidson?
Thanks, Brian. I think you're doing a great job. My daughter goes to the Sustainability Academy. We love it. Maybe what Alan was speaking to, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of parents want to just know that that the district and the middle schools will be coordinating to receive the students from the magnet schools. So hopefully as we go into the future, I'm sure that...
We have a Magnets to Middle program, and we also work very extensively through our guidance department to make sure that our students are known when they get to the middle schools and that they're their successful transition. We monitor it carefully, and we always love it when our students come back and give us a shout out and tell us the good news that they're doing well in middle school.
I'll ask you one more quick question, Brian. Has the new schedule this year been good for student learning and for the community at the school there?
Yeah, so what Dave is talking about is we're very invested in professional learning communities, and part of that is you need time. So what we did is we added 15 minutes to the school day, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and we released students an hour early on Wednesday so we can do professional learning communities from 2 to 3:45 every Wednesday. And this is really intensive time when faculty can get together, look at student work, plan interventions, work on school dilemmas. It's very, very valuable time, and our teachers hold it very dear, and they won't let me do anything except professional learning community stuff during that time. So it's every Wednesday, and we worked very hard to make sure that this wasn't going to be a hardship for the community, and it's been seamless and extremely productive.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Brian.
Thank
I
you.
hope this has been informative to our members of the audience and on television about two of our wonderful schools in Burlington. The objective of this part of our board meetings is to give people information about what's going on in our local schools in Burlington that you don't necessarily hear in the public media. At this time, the board welcomes comments and questions from the public, including staff and students. We encourage you to express your opinions on matters concerning any subject relating to public education in general and the operations of the Burlington School District in particular. The board is very interested in the opinion expressed during this public comment. However, this is not a time to engage members of the board in conversation or debate. That's the official statement I have to make, but we really welcome your comments. We've really been appreciative of all the comments that have been made in our last two hearings, our budget hearings, especially students being very articulate, and we welcome you. We would like you to keep your comments, if you could, to about 3 minutes so that we can have everybody have a chance to speak. And we will begin with Nico Hockenado, followed by Meredith Hoisington, followed by Karen Downey. Please come up to the microphone, and please pardon me if I make a mistake on your name. Okay. This is Meredith Hoisington? Yeah.
So my name is Meredith Hoisington. I am I'm the part-time school guidance counselor at Edmonds Middle School. And I'm grateful that my job is not in jeopardy right now, so I just wanted to say that because I'm not speaking on my behalf. I just wanted to mention that I support increasing the budget so that no jobs are cut. I feel like we have got a vibrant community, our schools are vibrant, and in order to maintain that level of excellent education, that we need to be prepared to pay. And I just think it's a shame that I know that there are some huge increases this year with healthcare and other things, but I just think it's a shame for us to be punishing the kids by removing some language, sports, paraeducators, and some other great teachers because of these costs. And then lastly, I just wanted to put in a little bit of support for Jill Nye McEwen at the middle school. She's done pretty amazing things this year with the Healthy Living class, and it's through that class and her that I've been able to go in and do some teaching and some classroom guidance and bullying prevention. So that is my little spiel, and now Nico is going to speak.
Nico, would you like?
Yeah.
I'm Nico, and I think language teachers, paraeducators, and some other jobs that might get cut should not get cut because some of them are exciting, like sports and other fun activities. I like my paraeducator because when my teacher is working with a student, our paraeducator is free to help and play games. Our language teacher helps us learn a new language.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Nico.
much.
Karen Downey, followed by Tom Porter, followed by Ellen Montgomery.
Hello, I'm Karen Downey, and I'm speaking tonight as a parent of a Burlington High School graduate. I want to ask the board to support the Parent Outreach Coordinator position at Burlington High School. As a parent, I found that person, Nancy Knox, who by the way has a 20-hour-a-week part-time position, was a key communicator for the Burlington High School community. Nancy was the person that you emailed or called to find out what was going on at BHS. And if she didn't know, she would find out and get back to you. Many of you who have not experienced being a parent at BHS, just to let you know, it is a very large school with many activities and many, many people to communicate with. And the role of parent outreach coordinator is a key role in helping parents feel that they know where to go and how to ask. Nancy, just to give you an example, she has been involved in a variety of roles. She would send out emails, send out flyers, do personal visits to community groups and gatherings. Many of our local gatherings that would occur, not only with parents who had various interests, whether it be music, sports, whatever, but also many of our new American families who would gather to get information about the Burlington schools. She has had a role in the Partnership for Change grant. She was our go-to person when we were trying to figure out how to get a group of people together for our various focus groups for that grant. Nancy's the one that holds the emails. It's important to have a person like her. She was involved with gathering volunteers and organizers for the multicultural dinners, for special evenings of various topics held at the Burlington High School auditorium, for gathering parents to house people for the State and New England Music Festival that we held here at BHS. She was the person that would help our tech department folks share the information about SNAP grades and Jupiter grades, and make sure parents got that information if they didn't have a home computer. She disseminated information about all of our activities, including boosters, graduation, how you get your gowns, where you bring your checks. And I knew as a parent at BHS, Nancy helped me a lot. And I just can imagine how much she helps a parent that really doesn't know our educational system. So I want to ask you to continue that. It's a 20-hour-a-week position. Parent Outreach Coordinator is an incredibly important part of our BHS community. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Tom Porter, followed by Ellen Montgomery, followed by Dan Trinas.
I'll pass on to Sonny.
Ellen?
Hello, I'm Ellen Montgomery. I teach art at Hunt Middle School. I'm also a taxpayer in Burlington. I'm here for two different reasons. I actually prepared some questions and thoughts and food for thought for the board. I don't know if I'll have enough time to read all of it, because I actually had overheard some students today in class talking about it, and they were really fired up. And I said to them, I said, well, are you going to go to the board meeting tonight? And they said, we can't go. I said, well, if you want to write something, I'll read it for you. So they wrote I had two students write things, and I would like to read it on their behalf, and I also have copies to pass out. And then if I don't get to what I have to say, I also have copies I can pass out. So,
okay.
So this one is from a 6th grade student named Carolyn Smith on the NOVA team at Hunt. Dear School Board, I am a student here at Hunt, and my friend and I are very angry about you taking away our programs and teachers. You are taking away our futures. We need these people and programs. They help us succeed and prepare for life. I feel that as the board, you should be all about the kids, and I feel if you really listened to us, you would not be taking away so much. An example is the paraeducators. Kids need their help. If you take paraeducators away, kids will be devastated. You will be depriving the students what they need. You could even lose students. People might take their children to another place where they can get the help that they need. Think of the kids. They will be lost without help. Don't take away the people that really get involved and help the students. The paraeducators help students achieve their goals and be all they can be. I hope you will listen to what I have said. From Carolyn Smith. The second one is by Mikhail Liberty. She's also a 6th grade NOVA team student at Hunt Middle School. She divided hers up into 4 different categories and wrote her thoughts about different positions that were going to be cut. So one of them was the community outreach coordinator, and she thought about the community harvest dinner is an event that only happens once a year, and it's a fun time where people can get together with their families and friends. And she wrote about healthy living. You can't cut the healthy living programs because it's not fair for all of us. who get to do it, but not others who are coming into 6th grade. They may have heard of it from their brothers or sisters, and when they come into school, they might be mad that they don't get to do what their brothers and sisters got to do. 6th grade Spanish teacher. Spanish is important because it makes me learn about other people's traditions. It's fun because you can learn a different language and helps me communicate with people from Spanish-speaking countries. Paraeducators. You can't kick them out because who is going to help when the teacher is busy or students have questions? Students need paraeducators because having an extra adult in the room is helpful if the teacher needs to leave the room. So those are from the students, and I have my thoughts here to share. So I don't know how I can give them out, though. I'll leave them there.
Pass them around, please.
Okay.
And Ellen, please indicate to the students that we really appreciate their comments and appreciate that they're taking the time to be very articulate and to voice their opinion. We want them to always feel welcome to do that.
Definitely.
Dan Trinas, followed by Marley Tipper and Emma Sutton.
Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. I'm Dan Trinas. I teach design and technology education at Hunt Middle School. I'm here to advocate for unified arts programs at the middle school because they are quite developmentally appropriate at that age level. So our school system funnels every student into 2 middle schools where we have a timely and developmentally appropriate opportunity to expose and educate students about issues which are vital to their health, well-being, and career choices, among others. The topics that students learn in our healthy living classes are invaluable in helping them make healthy decisions and informed choices that will serve them for their entire lives. To most fully realize the options in life available to them, students in middle school explore technical and creative subjects that expose them to a great variety of learning and career paths, as well as providing them opportunities to apply what they learn in core classes. Eliminating a class that serves conceivably every student in Burlington School District is a huge disservice to the students and families of Burlington. Eliminating a class that explicitly teaches topics such as life skills, nutrition and fitness, media education, bullying prevention, character education, diversity education, food and kitchen safety, cooking lab, substance abuse and prevention, mental and emotional health, career exploration, budgeting, consumer awareness, internet safety, diversity education, HIV/AIDS awareness, skin cancer, shaken baby syndrome, eating disorders, first aid, CPR, to name a few, is a mistake in my opinion. And then I'd like to just quote from a document called The Middle Still Matters, which was a vision for educating for Vermont's young adolescents, the Vermont Department of Education. It's called The Middle Still Matters. I brought you my copy. I'm going to leave it with you, and you can interoffice mail it back to me, please. And so this is to quote right from here, page 31. If our students in grades 5 through 8 are going to achieve the academic and personal targets set for them in the Vermont Framework of Standards, they need a strong, well-rounded, middle-level program during these years. The National Middle School Association's position paper on middle schools, called This We Believe, described it this way. Developmentally responsive middle-level schools provide abundant opportunities for students to achieve and maintain healthy minds and bodies to understand their own growth. An emphasis on health, wellness, and safety permeates the entire school. It's page 30. And finally, just to quote again, page 36, The Middle Still Matters. Several large-scale studies of comprehensive school health have found that high-quality health education contributes to significant improvements in students' health, knowledge, skills, and practices. We heard Mr. Williams talk about experiential education and hands-on education, and that's exactly what at the middle level we provide in our unified arts classes, and I would ask that you maintain them fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Marley and Emma, followed by Andrell and GM and Patrick Brennan, followed by Vincent Brennan. Hi.
My name is Emma Sutton, and this is Marley Tipper. We are 7th graders at Edmonds Middle School and gladly participate in the Healthy Living program.
We value our healthy living time very much, and we'd be very unhappy if you took it away.
It is valued to us because it isn't one of those stressful classes. We do yoga and exercise, something we generally look forward to.
We have learned so much in this class, and it's not just from our wonderful teacher. It's because we go deeper into the subjects.
Healthy living teaches us about the dangers of drug and alcohol use and how to avoid accidents. Without this class, we would be less prepared for the world around us.
I hope you take our words to consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marley and Emma. We really appreciate your comments. Andrell and Patrick, followed by Vincent Brennan, followed by Melanie Daigle. Hi, guys.
Hey. Hey, my name's Adriel. Patrick. Yeah. And we're here to talk about why you shouldn't take away our healthy living class. Well, first of all, Miss Andre is a great teacher, and I feel like she's a really trustworthy teacher. And second of all, she does some great units, like a healthy eating unit, which I found myself, instead of reaching for a candy bar, reaching for a fruit instead, which I still find myself doing. And she also teaches a drug and alcohol unit. And I was curious about drugs and alcohol, and I never knew what that curiosity might lead to. But now I know that it's bad for your sports, and yeah, it's just bad for you. And I never, knew what that curiosity could take me during the summer, so now I'm more aware. And last of all, she also bought aprons instead, bought cloth and had us sew them, and I think that's a valuable tool. And instead of using all that money, she saved it up. Instead of spending money for aprons for 200 kids, she instead just made us sew aprons. Yeah.
Thank you very much for telling us what you're learning. It's really important for us to know that. Vincent Brennan, followed by Melanie Daigle, followed by Sharon Welkman.
Thank you, Commissioner Pillsbury and Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight, and appreciate all of the work that you're doing on the budget. I've submitted remarks to you, and I appreciate you taking the time to look at those remarks. And towards the middle school, many have articulated to save those positions. All the direct services, I think. After last night, one of my colleagues on the council had mentioned the direct services should really be looked at, and seriously, I implore you to have the courage to leave those on the budget. I believe that the citizens will recognize those direct services. And the school budget is not like a business, but in many ways you have to run it like a business. Unfortunately, there isn't a profit margin, but there is overhead. And I would just, have you seriously look at, what that overhead is and where that is actually, how that overhead is actually coming into play. And look at the direct services that you are looking to cut and how those direct services came to your desk. I think that's an important piece that you should all look at. The direct services make an impact on every child. I just want to throw a shout out to Brian Williams and doing a fabulous job. Superintendent Collins has allowed me a little extra time to get my recommendation for him to seek that job for tomorrow.
Is this the recommendation?
No, well, this is the double recommendation. I get my 3 minutes like every other citizen, I guess. But certainly, having people like Brian, and I would say that the ones that I do know that are on that cut list, are similar in nature, and those people make a difference in our children's lives. So I implore you to have the courage to leave those in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vince. Melanie Daigle, followed by Sharon Welkman, followed by Jennifer Sutton. Hi, Melanie.
Hi. I'm a sixth grade teacher at Hunt Middle. I'm also the student council advisor there. And I can appreciate how difficult it must be to have a lot of pressure to save money and lots of great programs and not being sure what to cut. And it's a shame that you have to cut anything. But I want to specifically speak about not cutting the healthy living class. I think not only is the class hugely valuable for all of the reasons that you've already heard today and last night and at other times, but I really feel like it's philosophically inconsistent with a lot of your goals to cut that class. For example, the student council received a letter from from some students about cutting healthy living. So they had a discussion about it yesterday. And one of the kids said, God, all anybody ever talks about now is nutrition, how kids overeat all the time, and obesity is such a big issue. The adults are always saying that, but they want to cut the class we learn about it in. I thought that was a really great point. I also think there's a lot of talk about, after Brian's wonderful presentation, the question got asked, how are we smoothing the way into the middle schools and making sure the very hands-on magnet schools are continuing the kind of learning they did in the elementary schools. And I believe besides all of the incredible content of the Healthy Living class, it is one of our hands-on classes. And to cut that, to have the beautiful garden in our back and all of the work on food and sustainability, but not feel like it's worth our time to teach the kids to cook it or learn about how like the nutritional value in Healthy Living class, that seems really inconsistent. I also know that that the board, which I'm so glad about, has been doing a lot more talking lately about inclusion of kids with special needs. And classes like Healthy Living are the classes that they are most easily included in. It's the classes that are where the kids, I know that Deb puts them in groups, and I've seen this happen in her class and in the other hands-on classes we have. That's where the kids with special needs most easily and most comfortably and most naturally integrate with their peers. Also, there's a great deal of wonderful talk and very important talk about equity and diversity in our district and how much we want to come together and know each other better. And when we're in relaxed circumstances like the cafeteria and outside, kids tend to sort of trend a lot of times toward being with the people they know best and are comfortable with. And in classes, we teachers put a lot of time in making sure that kids are interacting with each other, but it's always in these academic situations. But all of us know there's no better way to have a chance to really relax and talk with other people than over food. So when the kids are in their groups in Healthy Living class, they are working together. It's a great equalizer. You don't have, kids that are way better than other kids at different subjects. Everybody's kind of the same on the cooking stuff. And they talk to each other. It's a structured circumstance that allows at the same time for casual and natural conversation. I see kids coming together beautifully in classes like Healthy Living and all of the other hands-on classes in the middle school. I think they're hugely, hugely important, and I would hate very much to see that class cut. I know that it's apparently not required by the state anymore, but I think it's required by the goals that you have set for our district, and I hope that you will keep Healthy Living.
Thank you, Melody. Sharon Welfman, followed by Jennifer Sutton, followed by Fran Brock.
Hi,
Jennifer.
my name is Sharon Weltman, and I'm one of the 3 reading teachers here at Burlington High School. I would like to begin by reading the Burlington School District mission statement. The mission of the Burlington School District is to ensure that all students achieve their highest intellectual and personal potential and are prepared to contribute as global citizens in the 21st century. Achieving excellence, this also comes from the Burlington School District. Our goal is to prepare all students to succeed in higher education, careers, and citizenship by providing challenging core academic instruction, enriched arts, math, sciences, and wellness experiences, and 21st century skill development opportunities. I want to speak to the elimination of the reading teachers here at the high school. There are 3 reading teachers here. We all work with different levels of abilities of students. One of my colleagues, Debbie, teaches students who are illiterate in their own languages. What that means is that here, in their new country, they do not know the sound symbol relationship for our alphabet. Remember, I am talking about high school students. They do not know that the letter T says T. They are taught that and a key word to go along with that. They are taught the different sounds that the letter U can make, such as the short sound in up and the long sound U as in ukulele. How can we even think about not offering this type of education to this lowest ability of students? Another colleague of mine teaches students whose comprehension is in the 3rd through 6th grade level, and that's here at the high school. For some students, Lynn's class serves as their English class. She teaches core skills including spelling, main idea, vocabulary, writing skills, among other important reading skills. Some students never achieve mastery in either Lynn or Debbie's class and are with these teachers for several years. The students that I work with range from grades 6th through 8th grade level of reading comprehension, but this distinction is never clear cut as I might be making it sound. My students do not read. They do not find pleasure in reading. They don't understand the role that they play in comprehending a book. They struggle. Do you know that by the end of high school, the average student should know somewhere around 85,000 words? We don't teach vocabulary 24/7 here at the high school. You get that knowledge through reading. Today, I worked with students on how to find the main idea and supporting details, and we learned vocabulary to better comprehend the text that we are reading. Pretty basic, but critically important. My students have a right to share in the goal to succeed in the 21st century. I ask you to see the value in the high school reading teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Jennifer Sutton, followed by Fran Brock, followed by Karen Long. Hi, Jennifer.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sutton, and I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator at Hunt Middle School. Yesterday, I presented information on the benefits of the Community Outreach Program to the middle school. Today, I want to talk about the benefits of the outreach program to the district. First, there are over 100 community connections made each year through the outreach program. Those connections are made with local businesses, universities, professionals, parents, senior citizens throughout the city of Burlington. The Messiers who own the local Shell station, the manager at Hannaford's department store, the doctor who lives around the corner. These are our neighbors. These are your voters. For example, every single week, I take students out to the community to work with local senior citizens who live throughout Burlington. My understanding is the senior citizen community is a large voting group. I not only take students out to work with seniors, I bring the seniors into the school. Many of the seniors have told me that they previously had no connections to the schools in Burlington, and by participating in community outreach programs, they feel part of our school community and want to support it, and that translates into votes in support of the budget. Furthermore, these community partners are not only investing time with our students, they are investing money. The community outreach program has no budget attached to it. So every time I set up a community outreach program, I have to find funding to support it. And a lot of that funding comes directly from community partners, whether it is a few dollars from a senior citizen or $100 from a local business. The community outreach program connects our community, our neighbors, and your voters to our schools. When people are connected and invested in our schools, they want to support our schools and vote for the school budget. Every year, I also take many students to visit our local universities and colleges to understand what a college education can mean and to learn about science, engineering, and computer technology through hands-on projects. I also bring many college students into the school. In 2012, I set up about 1,000 hours of free tutoring at my middle school. The Edmonds Outreach Coordinator runs a similar tutoring program. So that gives the district up to 2,000 hours of free tutoring services. So the big question, what's the cost of the community outreach program to the district? The cost is 2 half-time personal service contracts, each making about $21,000. There are no health care or retirement benefits currently associated with the position, making the overall cost about $40-some thousand. In conclusion, what are some of the benefits of the community outreach program to the district, community, and all middle school students? Community partnerships and connections, community investments of time and money, community votes, free tutoring services, direct connections and fulfillment of district's vision through 21st century skill building, hands-on real-life learning, curriculum enhancements in sustainability, opportunities for students to learn in different ways and succeed, direct connections and fulfillment of the hallmarks of excellence, and connecting the middle school outreach program to the high school Partners for Change program. Please consider all these factors when determining the future of the community outreach coordinator position. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I also have copies of what I presented today.
Do you have folders
Yes.
there that you pass around to us?
I also have a letter of support from a community partner that I've worked with for 8 years doing programs with seniors, the hallmarks of excellence, and a summary of the outreach programs.
Thank you. Fran Brock, followed by Karen Long, followed by Mary Beth Long. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
As many of you know, I'm a teacher here at Burlington High School. I'm also a resident of Burlington, a taxpayer of Burlington, and a graduate of Burlington High School. Hi. First of all, I would like to ask that a litmus test be used for any cuts made to any programs or positions. You should ask yourself, how does the cut affect students? The positions closest to working directly with students should not be cut. The primary and crucial job of schools is to teach young people to read, write, and think. Cutting the positions of people who work directly with students is detrimental to the education of those students. Here at the high school, we have collapsed the old leveling program options down to 2. We have honors classes and college prep classes, certainly in English and history. By collapsing those courses, we now have more students who require more intervention to help with their reading, so that they can, in fact, master the skills needed for a college prep or honors level class. Cutting people who help us work with students on those reading skills is detrimental to the education opportunities to those children. So again, I hope you can defend each budget item and that you preserve and support those positions that provide the programming, the educational support directly to students. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Karen Long, followed by Mary Beth Long, followed by Jillian Segar Reed.
Hi.
Hi.
It's been a long time since I've been in front of the school board. My 3 kids went to the schools, so I've been involved for 28 years. I now have 2 grandkids in the Burlington schools. And number 1, I think your stopwatch is very rude and obnoxious. Like, it's really hard to pay attention to the people talking because you've got 2, not even 1 screen, but 2 screens. Little subtle stopwatch would be much more polite. Anyway, I had 3 really successful kids that went through the schools, and I think that we did a really good job. They also went through Middlebury College, and 2 of them are fluent in other languages. They were able to do Rotary Youth Exchanges, which I don't know if you still have that. I do know that 24 years ago with Ducky Donath, which was a 4th grade teacher, we started having language. Parents and our 4th grade teacher did an after-school program. And because parents really felt this was important, if you have any kids that have done any international studies, you'll see that in other countries, people know usually 4 languages. So I think that's one thing it's sad to see go when we worked really hard for it. Another thing I see, we don't have like a talented and creative team. We used to have TACT. But things I do see that's been important was adding busing, and I could never understand why we took on those costs. I've heard parents complain about personal computers, and they don't like that their kids are watching Netflix on them. So I guess I'm seeing, and I also have heard people complain about the administration is very top-heavy now, way more administrators than there were a few years ago or 10 years ago. You've generously given a 4% raise or offered a 4% raise to the superintendent, and then we're going to cut people that are making $20,000 a year. I don't quite get that, because it's the people that have the contact with the kids that really make a difference. I wasn't aware of even this healthy living class, which was home economics before. Those are the kind of things, like the students said, they remember that. They remember sewing. Our kids made boxers when they sewed, or pajama bottoms, or, there's just a lot of basic things that they'll remember. I don't know, it's just sad to me to see these things coming up between the dollar sign and what our children, the paraeducators make a huge difference for the kids. So anyway, I just ask you to look at that. And also, again, the busing. I never understood that coming up, or how all of a sudden now we provide busing, and that was something we probably couldn't afford. So I'd like to see some real thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Mary Beth Long, followed by Julian Segar Reed, followed by Brent McGowan.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Mary Beth Long. I am a graduate of Burlington High School. I am a parent of 2 young children at Edmonds Elementary, and I am a Spanish teacher at Hunt Middle School. And I just want to kind of point out, I feel a little awkward being that it's partially my job, or my type of job, that is doing the reductions, but I'm not here to say, hey, don't cut my job. I just sort of wanted to point out that we talk about being a global community and raising global citizens, and just the importance of a foreign language in the world economy. There are 500 million Spanish speakers worldwide at this point, and 50 million of them are living in the United States. Spanish is the second most widely used language in the world, only behind Mandarin Chinese. And let's see, the percentage of Spanish speakers in the United States in the past 10 years has increased 43%. And statistics say that by 2040, 1 in 4 people in the United States will speak Spanish as a first language. And so we don't necessarily see as many Spanish speakers here in Vermont as we do maybe in other places in the country, mostly because our closest foreign language speakers here are French speakers in Canada. But if we're talking about global citizens, and if we're talking about preparing our students in Burlington for lives even anywhere in the United States, it really is, another language really is another skill. And to stay on trend with the other schools in Chittenden County and in Vermont, we really do need to continue to put the money into this program. It was only started 5 years ago, and to say, hey, you know what, it's not required, we'll just drop it. The majority of the schools in the area do have both elementary and middle school and high school programs, and I think it would be a mistake to decrease that. So that's all.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Julian Seeger Reed, followed by Brent McGowan, followed by Robert Bristow Johnson.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
Julian.
Welcome.
And I just wanted to say that when it came to my attention that you were considering cutting the Healthy Living program at my school, I was very angry. I think to delineate the gravity of the information being taught to us, I could quickly review what we've learned so far this year. Firstly, we did a unit on bullying and the impact it can have on children and adults. At schools, namely Edmonds, Hunt, Edmonds Elementary, etc., the issue of bullying is constantly discussed. I know from experience that teachers attempt to amplify the magnitude of bullying on a daily basis. But in order to go into the depth necessary for the information to be potent, we need Healthy Living class. It's an essential time where children can discuss bullying and how to rid it from our schools. If this information is as important as we say it is, then we need Healthy Living. Secondly, we did a unit on drug and alcohol abuse. And I just learned earlier today that every 30 minutes there's a car accident due to impaired driving. And I learned this in Healthy Living. I learned about a man intoxicated with alcohol and methamphetamine who caused a car accident, killing a 19-year-old boy. I think that in Healthy Living, I really went into a deeper level of understanding of the heartbreak that this caused. And nobody can argue that this is not vital information. Finally, I think in order to have a healthy, happy learning environment in our schools, we can't take away the vital information taught in this class. I truly believe that this is not only a vital class, but an exceptionally good one that is often overlooked. I strongly urge you not to cut this class.
Thank you very much, Julian. Very, very concise and articulate. Brent McGowan and Robert Bristow Johnson.
Hello, my name is Brent. I am an eighth grader at Hunt Middle School. I am defending healthy living. I know people who smoke marijuana, drink alcohol, and participating in other risky behaviors. I also know a lot of people who do not choose to do these things because of healthy living. Mrs. Anjay, the healthy living teacher, teaches us how to eat healthy so we can progress in our athletic and academic life. She also teaches us the risks of doing drugs. She also does a unit about the about careers that there are out there in this world. Most students' favorite class is healthy living. Not only do we learn how to cope with other stress we may have in our days as a middle school student, but we know when we walk into the healthy living class, we will be reducing our stress with the fun, interactive things we do with our amazing teacher, Miss Anjay.
Thank you very much, Brent.
Yeah.
Robert?
So you go to Hunt, you said? Yes. So my daughter goes to Hunt and is in the same grade he is. So at 5 o'clock, she told me that I had to come to this meeting because they're going to cut healthy living. They're going to cut healthy living. And just give you a perspective from a parent that doesn't homeschool their kids. One of the philosophical reasons why I'm not into homeschooling is because I don't think that it's particularly healthy for my kids to be getting just the perspective of their parents. Healthy living comes under the umbrella of life skills kind of training. And even though this might not be on the chopping block, you could compare it to, say, driver's ed. If they cut driver's ed, I suppose I could teach my kids to drive, and they learn from example. But if they have the perspective of other adults that are useful, and they have these adults have some skills, that my girls might learn that maybe their dad drives like an idiot, and that he shouldn't be the example, that he might not be the best life skills teacher in that regard. Same thing for cooking, or same thing for other life skills in terms of how we live our lives. I think that it's important for our children to learn other perspectives of these basic skills. It's just that I can't just not teach history to my kids, even though I know some of it. I can't just not teach science or mathematics to my kids just because I know some of that too, but I'm not the most skilled in teaching this. I think that it's also the case that all of our kids can derive important life skills from people that aren't their parents. And that's why I think that it would be maybe not fatal, but not useful if life skills courses like these are cut.
Thank you, Robert. Is there anyone in the audience who didn't get a chance to sign up to speak or would like to come and speak before? Please come up. Kathy, come in. Please give your name, Kathy, so that we can have it for the record.
Sure. Kathy Mathis. Thank you very much. And so my name is Kathy Mathis. I'm the Family School Partnership Coordinator for the district. And it wasn't my intention to get up and speak, and I'm a little humble because of the things that you've heard and the great people that are teaching and the programs. But I guess I wanted you to know a little bit more about the program in case you didn't when you were making your decisions. It's not one that I would certainly want to be in your shoes. So the Burlington School District is part of the National Network of Partnership Schools, and I'm one of 2 people trained as a facilitator for the program that Dr. Joyce Epstein did at Johns Hopkins University. And she took 30 years of research and developed a program for academic achievement of students. So I know that when we think of family school partnership, we may think it pertains to parents, but it's really geared towards academic achievement of students. And you heard some things tonight from Dr. Mathias, Brian Williams, also some of the things at SA that you saw, the math night, the book bags were purchased by Family School Partnership, the cultural dinners. The focus of the program is to come up with 2 academic goals, a behavioral and a climate for school welcoming. And so we do a lot of things around PBIS. So we're tied into everything that you've heard tonight. The Family School Partnership can and will do if it continues. There's models outside so I brought this book. Let me start with this. This book is something that in the year that I've taken over as coordinator, we were presenters at the Principals and Educators Conference, and we also are in a promising practice book. Integrated Arts got in here, and hopefully all of our schools will be in here next year, which is a nationally recognized for events and things that are held in our schools. IA got in here for their literacy breakfast. What happens is ideas start at one school and they spread. So we have done tutoring, we've done, wait, I want to get to something else because I'm running out of time. One of the things at this conference, the last one that I learned, was that we need buy-in from the superintendent first and from the principals, and it goes down from there. At this conference, they were so impressed by our superintendent's commitment, and we're very fortunate to have that. Not everybody has that. So I just wanted to let you know that we're still developing, we're still growing, but again, I just wanted you to know a little bit more, but certainly there's some wonderful people and wonderful programs, and I admire your dedication. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Kathy. Is there anybody else who hasn't had a chance to speak?
I already had my chance, but I forgot one kind of interesting statistic, I think, if I could just say it quickly. So the other kind of, I always actually start my class with this anyway, but there are more Spanish speakers in the United States than any Spanish-speaking country in the world besides Mexico. So only Mexico has more speakers of Spanish as a first language than the United States. So I really just think it is a good life skill for all kids, and mine included.
Thanks. Any other? Okay. What's that?
I'm Jeff Bauer. I work at the Burlington High School Library and run the computer lab. And I have strong opinions about a lot of what people have spoken about, but I don't know much about them personally. The one I happen to know is Nancy Knox, who is the outreach coordinator for the high school. I just wanted to say that I don't know whether the board is making a decision about this individual or whether the school is. I have seldom seen someone grow and advance professionally the way I've seen her grow. She is always reaching out, always starting new projects. They always seem to be on target. I just think it would be really, really a shame to lose Nancy for the school.
Thanks, Jeff. Did we get everybody that wanted to speak to the board? Okay. Now, reflection time. Anybody want to make a comment on? First of all, I think it's very obvious that the Burlington School District has a lot of caring individuals who work for it, also a lot of caring parents and a lot of citizens in this community that really care about the public schools in our system, and for that I think many of us are very appreciative. We've also learned a lot tonight. It's very important that we as board members who make these decisions really know the information, and thank you for giving us that information so that it helps us to understand the ramifications of decisions that we make. It's very important that we have an engaged community and citizenry, and this is evidence tonight and last night and before when we did another hearing in December of the community's engagement and how they value what we do. Any other comments? Jean?
If I may. I just wanted to clarify that the parent outreach position at the high school is actually under the Family School Partnership funding because of the overlap of terms of parent outreach with the outreach coordinator. I just wanted to clarify for the board that that's where that is.
Any other comments? Commissioner Davidson?
I'd just like to thank you all for coming out and speaking passionately in advocacy of these important programs and what you believe in. I'm sure that you all know that as taxpayers you're ultimately arguing that you'd like to spend more money, and I think that's right on, and I'm totally on your side. I hope that you will be as vociferous and active in supporting the budget. You know, I know that obviously a lot of people will be let down if these cuts make it into the budget. If they don't, we'll have to convince a fair number of Burlington voters that it's good practice to invest in our schools and our communities, and I hope you all will be there with us should that come to pass.
But we might not be with you if you do all this cuts, because then it might be my first time to say no to a vote.
Okay, we should not be getting engaged. Any other comments? Kathy, you know, you're on the board. Okay. As a matter of fact, that's a good transition. Half of us are up. One person in every ward is standing for, or the one position is open in every ward, and people are welcome to go to the City of Burlington website. If you go to City Hall, the city clerk's office, underneath there are petitions. You get 30 petitions signed by the end of January. Get them into the city clerk, and your name will be on the ballot to run for school commissioner. It's a great opportunity to have a say in how our public schools are run. You are working with a $60 million plus budget, over 1,000 employees, and making decisions about the future of our city and the students in our city. So we welcome anybody that was interested in running for school commission. Every ward will have one position on the ballot. Please, if you are interested, get yourself a petition and get your friends to sign it. Commissioner Davidson?
Is there a minimum age? Because I feel like we have some middle school students.
You have to be a registered voter or able to vote. Yes, we have a lot of students who are very articulate and very thoughtful, which is a credit to, I think, our public school system and to their parents. Superintendent's report.
Okay, let me see what I said I was going to talk about.
A diversity and equity update.
Okay. There's so much happening on the diversity and equity front, and my mind is all wrapped around the budget piece right now, so I need to take a breath and step back. We have Washington Consulting coming in next week, spending Monday with administrators, our equity council, and our equity team to continue the work that was begun in the fall separately. Now we're bringing us together, and primarily to do some coaching work for each of these positions, because all of us, the way our process is designed is we're all in leadership positions to be champions of diversity and equity. The Washington Consulting Group is then running another 2-day session, and we're putting about another 45 faculty members through it. We just keep inching that up, don't we? Could be 46 by tomorrow. Through the training, as you might recall, the Burlington High School teachers had brought to you a petition saying that it would be nice if every faculty and staff member in Burlington went through the training. And we can't do that this year. we do appreciate that many people have stepped forward and said, I'd really like to be part of this, and so we have another 45 going through it. The Equity Inclusion Report for FY 2012 will be, a draft will be going to the Diversity Committee later this month, and we anticipate February release, as we've been planning all along. We don't anticipate a whole lot of changes from the FY 12 report, from the FY 11 report, since we hadn't started any of our changes yet. But this will be the first official report. I want to thank Rebecca, who sent a link to the Ithaca report that was just released. Ithaca, New York does a similar report, and we're modeling, are using them as a baseline. So, you know, it's a nice, something to look at, a nice model to look at if you're interested in that further. The Diversity and Equity Office has been meeting regularly and doing a lot of planning as we're finishing up the training with the staff and recognizing and getting into doing more training with students and talking with parents. We're identifying some places where there are some gaps where we'd really like to beef up or put more effort into making sure that our students really understand what bullying and harassment is, how to make complaints, what to expect when you do make a complaint. So that's kind of as anticipated. That's an area that we're kind of seeing some increased activity in, but it's also an area that we're having a lot of discussions about how do we make sure that people really understand what it means and what to do and what can happen. So we'll be having some more information about that coming forward. We have posted posters, flyers in every school and every classroom, and we're about to set up an email link and a hotline where parents or students could call in anytime. You know, if it's Friday of before February vacation, you don't have to wait till people return a week later to share an incident. So we're in the process of working on that. Nikki Fuller, our recruitment retention specialist in the HR department, has been spending quite a bit of time talking to all new teachers, also not just new teachers, but really focusing on new teachers in the district and teachers of color. One of the things that she's working on right now is working with our employee assistance program to see if they could provide some supports, particularly for our teachers of color as a retention tool. And she's also learning about our principal search process, which will lead me to the principal search announcement. We are starting the principal search process. She's learning really about our affirmative search process with the commencement of the principal search process. So we're starting the search process for Integrated Arts Academy and Sustainability Academy. IAA Principal Search Advisory Committee starts this Thursday, and then we'll be holding interviews on January 23rd and January 28th. We have approximately 16 applications in the pool for that right now. The Sustainability Academy Search Advisory Committee will start their screening process on Thursday, January 17th, and their interviews will be January 30th and 31st, and we have about 12 candidates in that pool right now. Everybody who is part of a search process in Burlington on an interviewing committee as part of the search committee is required to take an anti-bias affirmative recruitment training, and so we'll be offering that training tomorrow for those who haven't already had it, who's going to be participating on the search advisory committee. But the dates of January 23rd, 28th, 30th, and 31st are dates where community members, parents, faculty, and staff who are interested in participating and giving feedback on the candidates can come and meet the candidates and be part of an interview process and give some feedback, and I'll be giving more information on that shortly. Yes?
Is there flexibility built in so that, because it's two magnet school principal searches, to have cross-pollination of the candidates in any way down the road?
Absolutely,
Sort of,
we've done that before.
Maybe that's the wrong word, but it's, you know, I'm just thinking.
Tom Fleury, for example, applied to both Hunt Middle School and Smith.
So
C.P.
is there
Smith.
anyone who has applied to both?
I can't really answer that. Not because I won't, but because I truly
Right.
can't.
But there is
I'd have to look it
flexibility
up.
down the road that if you don't have the.
Actually, I know that there is at least one person who's applied to both.
Okay.
And each committee chooses their own 4 finalist candidates based upon the criteria that's in that they've posted in their ad. So a candidate might be a candidate for one and not the other, and might be a candidate for both, depending on what background and experience they bring. But absolutely, it's possible. So I wanted to update you on school safety and where we are with the work that we've been doing on school safety. As I told you right before the holidays, I do not have full numbers tonight, but we are working on them. I have some light numbers. And we are planning on bringing proposed recommendations to the ITC committee later this month, as we had said that we would. We have continued doing safety audits in all of our schools. We are, excuse me, generally pleased with the safety protocols and procedures that are in place that are intended to save lives. These would be creating a culture of safety and awareness through the use of identifications, locked doors, lockdown drills, evacuation drills, regular school safety meetings, regular district safety meetings with the Burlington Police Department and Burlington Fire Department, our partnerships with mental health. All those pieces are continuing. We do a review, and again, those very, very basic safety procedures and protocols are intended to save lives, and not just save lives in schools, but our students will know what to do if they're in a crisis incident just about anywhere. So the area that we're really focusing on is the facilities piece. With, as I said recently, I guess our last meeting, is we're really focusing first phase on Edmonds Elementary, whose office is on the second floor, Champlain Elementary, whose school appears to be wide open, and Burlington High School, who has over 72 doors and it's difficult to maintain. Immediate implementation upon return from vacation, or within a couple days after that, was locking down Champlain Elementary, putting some locks in place that means that anybody who enters the building has to go to the office. There really isn't any place else to go. You can no longer walk into the hallway or the library media center or even the gymnasium. You've got to go into the office. The office will sign you in and then route you through a back way into the school itself. At Edmonds Elementary, we're putting a buzzer and DVR and a door strike in place so that the upstairs office can monitor who's at the door and buzz anybody in. It's not ideal, it's a first step. We have architects looking at what it would take, and this is what I'll bring to ITC, to move that office to the first floor. Also at Champlain, there is a possibility that we can move that office to the lobby. I discovered new cubby holes that I didn't know existed in the lobby of Champlain Elementary. Well known, it's funny what you can find. Lots of boxes and storage in those cubby holes. So, as a matter of fact, ITC will hear that if we do make the move at Champlain to the lobby area, there is a good potential that would allow us to gain an extra classroom at Champlain Elementary, which is important for our planning and expanding, because Champlain is short one classroom to have 18. Burlington High School has immediately put in place keeping all 72 doors locked except for the front door, and they have student ambassadors at the moment. They recently did a lockdown drill and found that it was incredibly effective to do a much, much faster lockdown drill by having the doors already locked. We only had one set of students who were left outside, and if you do go into the courtyard, you have to go around to the front of the building and enter the front. We have had, however, the locked doors raised issues about handicap accessibility. This campus is not handicap accessible fully from the inside, so we have students going outside to access certain parts of the buildings, and so we need to accommodate that. We're looking at a key swipe system as an intermediate step before we could afford to do a full renovation of the Burlington High School. We're also asking an architect to look at our office infrastructure. We're also pricing out time release door strikes, where we could lock the access to each of the buildings and then do a time release between classes, or also just do an immediate one button lockdown if we ever need to do that. So we're looking at that type of technology and increasing some video cameras where we find that there are still some gaps. This campus is the most open. We're also considering fencing in the courtyards, but there's pros and cons, and there may be life safety code issues with that. But this campus is really definitely the most open campus, and so it's got to be part. doing major renovations here has to be part of the big picture of what are we doing with Burlington High School as we go forward. So we're making what attempts we can make now. Then we're also just kind of assessing the other schools and trying to make sure that each school people are funneled to the office as opposed to open access to the schools, that even if the school doesn't necessarily see the front door, they're buzzing people in and those people have to go to the office so that there's not open access. So we're kind of going school by school, and again, I'll have a more complete report at the ITC meeting. Partnership for Change update. We have a number of faculty, Amy Mellencamp as administrator, parents and community members right now in New York City on an learning innovation tour. I hope you've been following their tweets. 31 people from Winooski and Burlington are looking at schools in the New York Performance Assessment Consortium, and specifically looking at how they are using proficiencies and performance-based assessments. Both principals, Winooski and Burlington, are along on the trip, along with, students, teachers, parents, and community members, and you'll be learning more about this. We also have a number of neighborhood learning conversations. I believe on this board so far I've heard that Kathy Chasen is hosting one coming up, and Keith is hosting one further down coming up, and anyone else is welcome to host one, or if you want to simply attend one, you can talk to one of them, or you can also attend one here on January 16th, which will be open. Or you could talk to your neighbors and have them host one and you can attend it. The learning conversations are really 1.5 hour meetings that are focused around what do our graduates need to succeed upon graduation from Burlington High School. And on February 2nd, there is a community learning conversation here at Burlington High School from 9:30 to 1 with childcare, lunch, transportation, and translation services provided. And we'll be planning on emailing and inviting the board to attend as well. I think that it's not the culmination. It's the way to get more information, more input. But it's going to be a hugely powerful opportunity to hear what Burlington feels Burlington students should have to graduate. There is a lot of teacher learning progress happening at both schools. The hub team at Winooski and the newly formed teacher leadership think tank at Burlington High School are looking at professional development opportunities. I participated briefly on January 2nd at Burlington High School, where there was a learning conversation taking place with the faculty that was partially led by the fellows and also the teacher leadership think tank. The next steering committee meeting is January 30th, and at that meeting we'll have a quarterly progress report and budget update that will be publicly available. And Nellie May is actually conducting a site visit at that time. So we're moving along very well in that. And enrollment in kindergarten registration, I don't have talking points with me, but I believe it's posted, and if not, then I'll get it to you.
Any questions?
It is kindergarten registration is coming up, and I don't have those dates with me, but I do want to remind parents that you do want to register by early March. And there are open houses on the magnet school websites, and other schools are also offering open houses.
Commissioner Mattson?
First question, do you know much about the Performance Assessment Consortium? I was looking at the list of schools that they were visiting. I was curious, are these public or private schools?
They're actually public schools.
Okay. And are the, okay, I'd have to look into a little more of that. And then a question about enrollment. It's a comment. It's actually something that sticks out at me that I haven't heard us discussing. And maybe I'll ask my question first, which is it still true that the 3 schools that feed Hunt are Flynn, Smith, and Sustainability Academy, and the other 3 schools feed Edmonds?
Yes and no. So you have to think about basically Hunt and Edmonds are under our policy, they're neighborhood schools.
Yep.
And so they have zones feeding them. So if you're a magnet school student going to Sustainability Academy, but you live in the South End, your middle school neighborhood school is still Edmonds. You can't apply for variance. We have a policy that says, according to the neighborhood school policy, that says how we apply the variances, which is we look at siblings first, proximity, capacity. So it does vary, and as Brian I think mentioned, is Bay and Paul Foundation continues to support a consultant helping us look at our magnet schools, and he has been leading us through a process that we're calling Magnets in the Middle, because basically both magnet schools right now both middle schools are squeezed between the elementary magnets and the Nellie Mae work at the high school, and what will they become?
Right. Well, I guess what sticks out is this. If the kids are at those three schools, and if we assume there's kind of a split between the two, whether or not they should actually be neighborhood whatever, just by the neighborhood school method, next year there's sure to be about 120 kids going to Hunt and about 150 kids going to Edmonds.
Which can't happen.
The following year it's 120 kids going to Hunt and 180 kids who would go to Edmonds. The following year is 125 kids who would go to Hunt and 170 kids who would go to Edmonds. I haven't heard anything.
And that's without adding a third kindergarten at
And I'm
Champlain.
saying I haven't heard any discussion of how we're going to balance this, because right now the numbers between Edmonds and Hunt, each class is around 130. So I mean, even if there's extra space, there's going to have to be some change, isn't there?
We're already yes, there does. The way we have done it in the past is when we look ahead, we tweak the boundary line. So, for example, the kids who live in my house lived on Archibald Street, and one of the kids went to Hunt, and another sibling ended up going to Edmonds. I mean, it's, from the same address. So that's what we do with our sister schools anyway. What it has caused in this past year is in this current year, if you applied for a variance to Edmonds and you didn't have a sibling, your chances of getting in were very slim, and you just described an even tighter situation for Edmonds in the future. So we're administratively starting to talk about where should those boundaries be and how soon do we start talking about them.
I mean, it would appear to me that we probably should start communicating that to the parents, that there's a good chance that the boundary lines are going to shift if they are. I had one other question about board related. I guess it goes back, Keith. Next Monday,
right,
we are scheduled for board training.
Right.
I don't know what that's about.
Okay, we should be getting an email sometime tonight about the plan.
Okay.
It's in the process. I think basically what it is, working on our goal 2 is the role of the chairman and the board, and that we have a facilitator that's going to work with us on that, and we sort of got together a plan today on how that might work out. Okay. And the facilitator will be Daniel Barron,
who is the facilitator for the magnet schools that Bay and Paul Foundation is paying for.
Meredith?
The way you interpret the policy around siblings, does it have to do with a sibling currently in the middle school, or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's not past siblings. It's trying to keep families together.
Okay.
Any other questions of the superintendent? At this time, I'm going to call on the finance chair, Commissioner Mattson, and this is to begin the process of discussing our budget and perhaps adopting a budget tonight.
Right. And David, before we do anything else, could you put up the tax effect sheet, David? The tax effect? The tax effect.
Tax impact sheet?
Yeah. If you could put that up. In the most, one of the things that we talked about as we've been going through the process of the budget hearings, one thing that we talked about was, or we were not speaking to exactly the tax effect, in large part because there was so much information that was not fully understood at the time. And I just want to point out that we have significantly more information at this time than we had prior. And the reason I want to put it up is it may affect, and it may not affect, but I think it will affect some of the thinking on the board as we're looking at some of the discussions tonight that will go to the budget. Now, once again, there still are some estimates in here, but much more of the information is firm, and when it comes up, Yeah. And I did a quick look back. I don't think I was bringing any other, I don't think I brought any other motions forward from Finance Committee, but I think if everybody remembers, because almost everybody's been at all these meetings, the last Finance Committee meetings were related to, I don't think that's on. Okay. I don't think any of the last Finance Committee meetings really were involved in public hearing. And then we put forward to the board the budget that the board accepted at the last board meeting in December. The upshot is this. I think we had definitely been anticipating that as we were moving basic, so this is all the exact correct numbers. As we were moving from 59 million to 63 million right here, that we were probably looking at the tax increase that was going to be significantly higher than that. Now for the good news, the really good news. With the information that we have received from the state, which include equalized pupils, an estimate of the base tax amount, which we're showing at 80, are we showing more? That's the amount that we get effectively per equalized pupil. But the 89 to 92 cents, although this could be closer to 94 depending on what we hear from Montpelier right now. 92 is good, I think. But in large part, the common level of appraisal this year made a significant change. And the common level of appraisal means that effectively our property values in Vermont comparatively are higher actually than the rest of the states. It can have a very significant effect on the tax rates. And when all these things play in right now, this percentage change that we were looking at here, which is about a 4.5% increase, is only leading to a less than 4% tax increase. And we've been on the other side of the common level of appraisal for a couple of years. As you'll notice, the numbers, basically when numbers go down like they did last year, it makes it worse. And this year, the effect is balancing off, which what I would just like to point out is I think it was something that everybody was thinking about when we were looking at the budgets and when we were coming through Finance Committee and when we were looking at our best estimates in December. It was information we were using. We had not been presenting to the community. But this is right now a much stronger piece of information than we had back in December. Paul?
So does that make the document it's titled Budget Impact 1210-12 invalid? This is the same.
Well, when you say it's the same document, Paul, yes, this is updated. Invalid is, I don't think.
But it's based on the same budget proposal, but this is just the December rate was a 7%.
What I would say is because what you saw there is I think we assumed an unchanged CLA or something like that.
Yeah, there were a few changes.
But there's a number of changes that are in there that we now have better information.
That we didn't
what I would say is, it's not invalid. It was the best we had at the time, but this is the updated version.
So the document that's board proposed reductions from 1210-12, the Finance Committee and all of that.
That information is all correct.
Is correct, and those
that's the same
reductions and additions would lead to a 3.9% increase.
In taxes, yes. That's where that is right now. All that information is exactly the same here. The only thing that's changed is that additional information. So I guess I would look to the board of how much would you like me to discuss where we are right now. I know I've had many phone calls. I've had, everybody has really been looking at this. We've had several days of public hearing. And I guess what I would say, Chair, is should I just sort of leave it at that and see if there are any motions to make changes to what is currently proposed, or should I propose that this is the budget and then we entertain amendments?
First of all, does anybody need a clear understanding what the proposal is from the Finance Committee? Okay, about the
Okay.
reductions and that.
Given that, then I will just make a motion. Yeah, I'll just.
Then we can make
Yeah.
amendments to your motion if you
Right.
want to add or delete items.
Okay, then, coming out after, let me just make sure I have I don't have the numbers there, I need them here. I would propose that we put on the March election a budget for the Burlington School District in the amount of $62,316,794 that reflects the changes that the board approved to go out to public comment at the December meeting. That's this number right here.
David, that's different than what you emailed us. Is this a correct number?
Oh, the 376. The reason it's it's 376,794. The reason for the difference in the 60,000 is that there is an additional $60,000 expense in this number, and it should be this. I'm sorry, the 376,000. There should be an additional $60,000 in this number that comes from an expense that we owe to the city that we did not correctly have in the budget prior.
It is that, and it's more than that. What I emailed to you and put in my notes, and maybe too dense, the notes, but I said this is some dummy data to see how, if the board changes things in different parts of the additions and reductions, it'll come out. So
this is
the correct number.
This is the correct number.
But you had some dummy data.
The other sheets that were sent to us were, as David explained, had some dummy information in it to show how this next spreadsheet's going to work.
So the motion is for the amount of
$62,376,794.
Is there a second to that motion, Commissioner O'Rourke? Okay. You want to speak to your motion?
As almost everybody was involved in budget committee meetings that led to this recommendation and accepted this recommendation in our December meetings, I think most people will remember the key aspects of it, of the fact that we rolled forward 2013 into 2014. We had 4 line additions that we accepted, which was an elementary school teacher, 2 ELL teachers, money for professional development in diversity and equity, and the social studies curriculum development specialist at the elementary grades. It also then incorporated the cuts and the reductions, many of which we've heard about this evening. I'll just quickly reflect on what they are. 2 director level positions, 1 of the K through 6 Spanish teachers, 2 teachers at Burlington High School, a number of paraeducators. The total amount was $400,000. The approximate number was 16 positions. 2 middle school special teachers, which were specified to be healthy living. There was 1 position that's shifting to grant funding of social worker. That's not a loss of a position, but a shifting in funding. There was a portion of a staff position in wellness and sustainability. The outreach coordinator positions at the middle schools, the family school partnership funding, and a 15% cut in middle school, high school athletics and co-curriculars. And I guess that was what the budget reflects. And at this point, I would leave it open for further discussion and/or amendment.
Okay, are there any questions about what has been proposed by the Finance Committee? Commissioner Cronsfeld?
Yeah, I just have a question. Earlier tonight we heard the outreach coordinator salaries as $21,000 per coordinator, and then here we have $70,000. So I'm just curious where that jump was.
Right. So it's actually $25,000, not $35,000. After you add, no, they don't get health insurance benefits, but there's other FICA and other things that we have to do. So it's $50,000, not $70,000.
Okay, so that's really $20,000 less. Okay.
Commissioner Grimm?
Given that we're now at 3.9% rather than 4.5, what's the dollar amount of that difference? So if we were to say we were talking about a 4.5, no.
The budget, the dollar amount of the budget has not changed. The tax increase has changed significantly because, in particular, of the common level of appraisal change. So there hasn't been any change in our dollar amount of our expense budget. It's just been the tax effect that we had not been presenting publicly, but that we had been.
Okay. So
we had looked at some numbers.
3.9% increase.
Yes.
So the 3.9. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Commissioner King?
I have questions for Jeannie, who might be able to clarify some of the things we're hearing from the audience. I think in public we clarified last night with you that, to our knowledge, reading recovery was never ever talked about in this, discussion about
Correct.
budget cuts. That's one thing, although we had people in the audience who came to talk to that. And the other question I have is about the reading teachers at the high school, because I did not believe that those were in these proposed cuts.
No, not specifically. I'm not sure exactly what led to that particular advocacy. Reading is listed, reading, I believe, is listed on my tier 1, 2, and 3. Suggested cuts,
but not in the ones that
But the
are-
high school, what is in the current proposal is that the high school will make 2 teacher cuts. Where they make those cuts is a high school-related decision based upon enrollment. I don't know if that's what prompted reading teachers to come. To my knowledge, that has not yet been determined.
Okay, so we have not heard yet from the high school about what those will be.
No, and I don't anticipate hearing prior to student enrollment registration.
Just as we have not heard, just to clarify for the public, we have not heard about middle school and high school athletics, the 15% cut.
That's correct.
And we have not heard about co-curriculars, what? Or the paraeducators.
Right, those are administrative details that have to be worked out at the right time.
But the paraeducators in our discussions, we did clarify that we were not talking about the paraeducators that were added last year in the kindergartens.
You did clarify that, and I'll be very honest that I'm worried if you're going to 16 paraeducators, I don't know how completely I can do that.
Okay.
That is not the
That's good
target of
information
it,
to have
but
for our discussion.
I think limiting, if we're being asked to cut 16 paraeducators, limiting, or 2 Burlington High School teachers or whatever, the more limits that are placed on that, the more unrealistic it is.
Do we have any more details tonight about the Spanish teacher suggestion, proposed cut, and where that might fall?
The Spanish teachers actually have given me a proposal that I haven't even talked about with the principals yet, but the current elementary Spanish teachers actually felt stronger about keeping an elementary Spanish program and not 6th grade. But we need to have an administrative discussion about that proposal, or a 4 to 6 proposal, and that hasn't happened yet. But that's the preliminary proposal from the elementary Spanish teachers.
Okay.
Commissioner Davidson?
In the box, the finance committee reductions, there's a lot of items that are listed but no position or amount associated. Are those things that were just considered but that aren't in the final reductions, or?
Yes, I mean, if there weren't any numbers in there, yes. And you're looking at a document that may have been just a template for us to be, this is what it will look like tonight. Are you looking at the document that David sent around?
It's the one on board docs, labeled board proposed reductions.
It's the one from December 8th.
Yeah, so if you're looking at that, David, you're looking at something that was, when there were zeros in there, that's the way it was. But also, if, David, could you just put up the proposed reduction page here? So if you, what? Yeah. Go to the cut side, or the reduction side. So David, I mean, as you scroll down, basically this is the only board reduction. This is the only reduction that the board put in that did not come from the administration. Other items, if you're looking at a page, may have been discussed during our finance committee meetings, but this is the only thing, that was the only piece that had come in.
Well, there's one more thing, I think.
Which is?
Jeannie, is it true that the administration did not recommend 16 paraeducators being cut?
That's correct.
But that was at level 1. At level 2, she had recommended 16.
Oh, I thought it was 12.
No, it was 12 at level 1, 16
Okay.
at level 2.
Thank you.
Paul?
I move that we restore the 2 middle
Okay,
school
Paul,
special.
what I'd like to do, if it's okay, we get all the answers to these kind of questions, and then we can start with either changing it by amending to restore, or completely reduce do more reductions. Can we do that?
Sure.
Okay. Did anybody? Okay. Mr. Cranchville?
I just have so we heard from a few people about central office and how we have more administrators there than ever before. So I'm just curious, Jeannie, if you could talk a little to that and why we do have an increase.
In my 13 years now in the district, we have taken away and added back an assistant superintendent equivalent position. It left in 2000, it came back in 2007, and you're taking it away again now. We have changed the ELL coordinator to ELL director, and we have just this fall, at my request, added the equity director and the deputy director for HR. For administrative positions, that's all that we have added. So if you take out the diversity director pieces, it's basically one net gain position in 13 years.
Could I just ask for some clarification on that? Because I think it would be good to explain a little bit more too, something that comes along the following. I see so many more people at central office.
Oh, that's a really good question.
Could you talk to, like, perhaps technology, to after school, to all the different other different areas that are up there as well, and maybe how they have changed as well? Because I think there's often a confusion, or not even a confusion, but yes, there have been positions added up there, but where have they been?
And sometimes, in saying that there have been positions added up there, they're not. Some of them are not necessarily even new positions, but because the schools are getting more and more squeezed, positions are being moved to central office that are district-wide type positions. For example, when I was special ed director, there was myself and the administrative assistant in the office. Now there's the special ed director, the administrative assistant, the PBIS coach, and one special educator works primarily with out-of-district students. So there's 4 people now squeezed into that office. We have added a benefits specialist in the HR/business departments, shared, across the 2 departments. We have brought the curriculum director up to central office. There was a time when that position moved to the schools and moved back. The same with ESL has moved to the schools and moved back. The grants department and the after-school program, we have the central part of central office is kind of some rotating desks. But the after-school program, the grants program has added an after-school or out-of-school year-round site director, because that program is now year-round and it's supported by the grants, as well as an assistant director, and a bookkeeper, and half-time administrative assistant. We cut half of that position a few years ago. Half-time bookkeeper, half-time administrative assistant. We had added a business position and cut it. Tech services have both expanded and contracted in that particular office area. We had more tech staff there, and then several of them moved to the high school. We have added, in my time as well, in my 13 years here, 2 data positions. One data position primarily focused around, with the tech department under Paul Irish, focused around our compliance reporting, attendance, SMS, discipline, those kinds of things. And the other data position primarily focused around grants reporting and the compliance for all of our school improvement grants and state mandated reports. So people-wise, there are more people at central office, but not all those positions are necessarily new positions over the 13 years, but we're very squeezed as well in our schools.
You also have a desk for partnership and change.
Right, we have a desk for partnership for change. We have a desk for our truancy clerk, who is there part-time, and we rotate desks through. So, it's workspaces.
Okay, are there any other questions about the committee's recommendation? Okay, now I'm going to go on to ask for motions to further reduce the budget further reduce? Are there any motions to further reduce? Okay, are there any motions to add to this budget? Mr.
To further
Toomas?
reduce the budget?
More reductions.
More reductions, okay?
You're fired, Ben. Get out of here.
Okay.
I was just thinking in terms of motions. I
No,
hadn't
I'm asking
organ-
for a motion. Are there motions for any further reductions? If not, we'll go on to motions to.
Wait. I don't have a motion, but I do have a.
It's sort of an amendment to this.
Well, it's not there yet,
Okay.
but it's more of a discussion
Okay.
that I'd like to bring up. I brought it up a month ago, and I know that it fell largely on deaf ears. I don't know that any money's actually going to be saved from it. Any large amount of money is going to be saved with it. I feel that it is inappropriate for us to be cutting all the paras, cutting the Spanish, cutting middle school, healthy living, etc. While my son still gets free after school ultimate frisbee in the middle school. That's not a priority to me over family school partnership. That's not a priority to me over healthy living. I don't know how much money is actually going to be gained out of that. Maybe not much. I would like to see something where we make just that minimal, so it looks like we've cut the things that really can be cut. The after-school program at Edmonds is fantastic. My son, my daughter, they participate in it regularly. It's free. I would be willing, in informal, anecdotal, over the holidays, talking with friends and neighbors and kids the same age, they'd be willing to pay $40 for 8 weeks of after-school movie making on Monday, which my son has been doing. And it could be structured in such a way that it could be income sensitized. Kids who are free and reduced lunch still wouldn't have to pay. But it just seems like that minimal effort on our part to say, here's something that the expectation, my expectation, my wife's expectation, friend's expectation, is that after school stuff costs money, and it does. And we would be willing to pay some sort of nominal fee for our children in that. I don't know if it's going to restore anything, but to me that would look like cutting to what we could do. Now, it's probably too late in the process. It was a month ago that I'd kind of asked for some numbers, and all I heard back was, well, it just can't be done. And it's unclear to me why that can't be done, and I guess I've rambled long enough.
Well, can you clarify that? Or can we have that clarified?
Well, I'm wondering if Julie wants to step into this, or
Can you speak right up so we can hear?
if you want me to.
A couple things come to my mind. One is that the research shows that attendance falls way off in middle school when you start charging fees for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that was part of our thinking in making the fees stop at 5th grade. The second thing is when you charge fees for a program, there's a whole back office piece that has to be put in place. So Jeannie and I and Jeff talked about this briefly when you did bring it up, and Kathy, who runs the Hunt Middle School program, might want to chime in on this too. But our general sense was the same as it was, what was that, 5 years ago when we moved to fees at the elementary school level, that when you look at the research and look at what it would take in the back office to do fees at the middle school, that it really isn't best for kids. That by keeping it wide open at the middle school, you made sure that you get all the kids participating who possibly are interested in. And that's obviously, that's our primary goal. Now, we did try, I think my first year, maybe my second year in this job, we sent out a letter asking all middle school parents to donate, to just do a free will kind of charitable donation at the middle school level. And maybe we should try that again. I mean, it's been 5 years.
You see, it's, something to me that would make sense would be a letter going home that would say, this is how much the program costs per student. It's free to your child. However, if you would underwrite it, to me, it's the appearance. It's less. I honestly think that the financial benefit, I would agree with you, Julie, is going to be minimal when everything is done. but it's the appearance of cutting regular education teachers while providing free after school to kids and families that would be willing to pay and are able to afford it.
Why did we stop sending those letters?
We got a very small return. We barely paid for the postage.
Commissioner King?
Is it okay to start?
Yes. These are
And
basically motions
I
to
do want
change.
to appreciate Patrick bringing that up.
Yes.
Because I think that too often, we're not looking at creative ways to come up with, funding. I mean, it just, and I think Linda Del Duca was talking to me the other night about all these, ideas she has. Anyway, I'll move to the motion.
I'm sorry to interrupt. If you're on to additions as opposed to reductions?
No.
Well, he asked for reductions and nobody had
answered,
it.
so
Because I wasn't thinking
Ready-
about it like
ready
that,
to-
I do have some reduction proposals, so I don't want to do that. Fine. So we can do them later?
Okay. I'll follow Commissioner King. Go
Oh.
ahead.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Would it be easier on you if it started with reductions?
Well, I thought that would be a way of,
Although my thinking is it's easier to do that after you do the additions.
okay, let's do the additions. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't know if you think.
No, I agree.
Yeah. So, I would like to propose adding, and believe me, this is the start of my list, okay? But just be ready, I'm sure you all do too. So, I'd like to propose adding $70,000 for the Family School Partnership funding. I think I was really struck by the fact that this is a major initiative in our district. Well, do you want me to start there?
Yeah, let's just go,
Okay.
is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Grimm, okay, you're getting these, okay, now. go ahead.
So I was really struck by, I think what happened in December, and I hope that, I'm a parent in the school district, probably a large majority of the board members are or have been parents or guardians in the school district, and students, hello. And I want to tell you, I've heard from the sixth graders on at Edmonds Middle School. So I'm hearing a lot from students. We've had a lot of representation here. But the reason I'm starting with the Family School Partnership funding is because we're in the middle of this, we've just started this Nellie Mae grant, and it's a key piece of our Nellie Mae grant. We got a letter from the Winooski Burlington Partnership for Change co-chairs, Martha, how do you say her name? Maxim and Hal Colston. And it says, on behalf of the Winooski Burlington Partnership for Change, we would respectfully ask that the school board reinstate the $70,000 proposed cut to the Family School Partnership capacity in the Burlington School District. As you know, the Burlington School District entered into a wonderful partnership with Winooski School District and the two communities to transform high school education. The result is a generous grant from the Nellie Mae Educational Foundation to pilot this transformational work. An essential strategy to successfully implement the goals that were articulated in the grant application is strengthening family school partnerships. As part of the grant application to Nellie Mae Foundation, Burlington School District specifically committed to funding family school partnership work every year of the grant. Eliminating this item from the school district's budget will absolutely hinder the Partnership for Change's ability to be successful in building the strong partnerships that are required to successfully remodel the high school education experience for students. It appears contrary to the commitment Burlington School District has made to the effort to have these funds eliminated from the budget. And what I can say is, just anecdotally, they're just in talking around the schools to teachers, to parents, they question why we are cutting in half one of our major initiatives in the district. Does this mean it doesn't matter? I think we heard from the director that it's a key piece of academic achievement. I think it very much fits into our diversity and equity goals. You heard from Edmonds Elementary School, a parent there, how they've implemented that in Edmonds. I've seen it implemented in Integrated Arts Academy and sustainability. We've also seen success stories with that, just articulated tonight. So, and it's happening in all the schools. So there you have it.
Any other comments on this motion? Commissioner Mattson?
I'm going to make one comment that's going to speak to a number of my votes. I think that after last year's budget, I definitely led the Finance Committee in a particular direction at particular levels, given what we'd heard from the community coming out of last year's vote. I think during this budget process, and I think that anything that time that we're making a reduction, it's difficult. Every reduction just about goes to the kids. People say, how can you do that? You can't do that. You're right. It really, in a perfect world, we can't do it, but it is imperfect. There is a balance. But the message I've been hearing during this process has changed my view on where I think the levels need to be. And I am going to feel like there are a number of things that I would like to put back into the budget at this point in time. And I agree that family school partnerships is one that should be back in. I have definitely seen the benefit. I know it's there. I've seen the benefit of lots of things, but I know that, and given that, and giving a slight change in my mindset, I will be voting for several things to come back into the budget, but I probably won't speak to all of them.
Any other comments on this motion? Commissioner Davidson?
Is the 70,000 proposed for reduction with family school partnership, is that exclusively the director's salary, or is that the district-wide program?
It's the district-wide program.
Any other questions? Commissioner O'Rourke?
And that 70,000 will keep us at its current level.
Title funding, which is the other half.
The motion is to reinstate the family school partnership in the amount of 70,000 to our budget. Commissioner?
Can I see what that changes to the bottom line?
All right, now I'd like to have that for every motion that is made so that people can.
That was from 4.6 to 4.7.
Well, that's the tax effect.
That's the tax effect was 3.9 to 4. The general fund expenditure was from 4.6 to 4.7. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Are you ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion to restore the family school partnership to the budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Is there another motion?
Well, I was going to go down the list, but
Okay,
I think
go.
I have fellow board members who would also like to have that duty, including this one right here.
Okay. Mr. Truman?
So I would like to move that we restore the middle school specials.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner King? Okay. You want to speak to that, Commissioner Truman?
I think that we've had the most articulate comments made to us, in particular from the students, that I found extremely impressive. And as I have told a couple of other people, that aside from, gee, could we have more gym, and here's the list of food I'd like served at the middle school cafeteria, this is the one and only curriculum item that my son, an 8th grader at Hunt, very articulately and as well-spoken as any of these other kids, pointing to the very important social aspects that are addressed by healthy living, made an incredibly good case to me as to early on why he was concerned that this was getting cut. And from that, listening and talking, I'm absolutely convinced that this is filling a very critical niche. I will say that at some point in the future, in curriculum committee, I'm going to recommend that we look at the healthy living programs, whether it should be a health curriculum, to how much there may or may not be redundancies in what's being taught at the high school that maybe is better addressed at the middle school level and the other way around. Issues that Commissioner Del Duca brought up for me that I thought was important on how best to teach what is critical here and what the data is saying about where and when is it most effective to teach this. But at this point, I think it's extremely important that we restore this.
Commissioner Lasky?
I just really want to agree with you and reiterate that looking at how it's presented in the curriculum, I think I definitely had, I've taken this class like 4 years ago, and I had my eyes open to how great, I think the curriculum has changed recently a lot. There's no doubt that the material being presented is critical and the timing is really critical, but I'm not sure that the format is necessarily the way it needs to be done. I don't know that it needs to be a semester or a year-long class, whatever it is at this point. And I think going kind of a careful comb through of that would be really valuable.
Commissioner Evans?
Somebody over there.
Go ahead, Chris.
You have
Yeah, go.
I
I have concerns about how the students became sort of incited about. I have concerns that they were hearing this from their teacher, and that's really, really inappropriate. I mean, it's one thing to have students talk about a class that they like, but to come in specifically saying they'd be angry if we cut this position when our proposed cut is just, middle school, I can't remember how it's. So that's very concerning to me in terms of the professionalism of our teachers, and it's not the first time I've had that concern. We also heard this from some of the students at the high school, hearing teachers talking about, the negotiations and that kind of thing, and that just continues to concern me. And I also recall that we've had conversations about the content, some of that very important content, that there are other ways in which students could receive that information. I think it's some of what you're speaking to, Emily, in terms of the format and the length of the class and the items and how partnerships and that sort of thing could provide the same education for some of the students.
Commissioner Holliday?
One, I wanted to second something that Jill said. I felt that the letters from students that appeared to come straight out of a class time were inappropriate. That said, I think the articulation, I think the elementary Spanish program, and I think I'm one of the biggest critics and one of the biggest supporters on the board of the elementary Spanish program. I think the long-term success of the elementary Spanish program can learn a lot from Healthy Living, and that the Healthy Living folks I thought were articulate and in outlining a specific curriculum and how that curriculum has evolved, and that's something that I'm still waiting to hear from the elementary Spanish folks. And it is a frustration as I'm sitting here trying to support the elementary Spanish, and you know what, my daughter can tell you about purple chickens, but not a whole lot more after however many years of elementary Spanish. And that's the long-term, the route to long-term success for the elementary language program that they can learn from.
Commissioner Cronichfeld?
So just a question, so if we were not to add the Healthy Living teachers back into the budget, just to be clear, those things wouldn't just fall by the wayside, right? They would be picked up in other classes.
There's some required pieces of the curriculum that we have to teach. For example, the drug prevention, some of the nutrition work, sex education, things like that. There are pieces that would have to be picked up through our PE and science programs.
Okay, yeah, because I just felt like that was a big misunderstanding, that suddenly substance abuse would go away, and
Great, then cut the program if substance abuse is
going
to go away.
Substance abuse, yeah, exactly.
Substance abuse education.
So I just wanted to be clear, and I'm not saying anything against adding it, but I just wanted to be sure that it would be picked up.
Commissioner Chewin?
Well, I think just on that point is part of what I was saying about having curriculum taking a look at it, because I think some of that floats around. That I'm not convinced that, for example, where exactly drug and alcohol abuse prevention education happens, and to what extent we want to make sure it happens in specific places, and that it's consistent throughout the schools. So I think that's all part of that should get addressed.
Commissioner King?
And my concern also is that if it's picked up in PE and or science in the middle school, then you're losing out on science curriculum. Just in the year when my daughter's, in the 6th grade, they're going for that doctor challenge that we heard about at Edmonds Middle School, and she's learning all the bones, So I just think, well, would that go by the wayside, for example? But I think a lot of us think back to our middle school years or junior high years. When we think about this, clearly the curriculum's changed, but it did sound to me from hearing from the teachers that it was really this year that they started team teaching in Healthy Living, or really considering the curriculum. I really agree with what Patrick's saying about looking at curriculum across the district, and Emily also looking at how it transfers into high school. Yeah.
Commissioner Lasky?
I think some of the dangers of letting it be picked up by other curriculums as well is that this material really needs to be presented in a safe space, and that's one of the benefits of a class that's dedicated to it. Whether or not the format, again, is the way it needs to be, I think splitting it up and throwing it into a science class or a PE class changes the dynamic of how you're learning the material and how accessible it is to you. So I think presenting it kind of as a unit and in a space that's specifically been delineated as something that's somewhere that's like you're kind of have a different relationship with your peers in the classroom.
Commissioner Kranich-Follow?
I just had a question. So at Sustainability Academy, and I guess it's only taught at middle school, right? So that's why it's Hunt and Edmonds. Okay, just clarifying.
Commissioner Evans?
I guess it'd be a little young in 3rd grade to do that.
I just want to, these budget decisions get really difficult when we don't have data. And I want to caution the board about being overly swayed by a few students really liking something. I mean, in my day job at the Department of Corrections, we're doing some significant cuts, and we're doing them around evidence. So, I mean, that whole idea of us becoming a more data-driven entity where you actually look at the outcomes of something. Like the most compelling argument I heard from somebody was around kind of what you were just saying, Emily, around how it impacts student sort of cliques and segregation and offers an opportunity for students to get to know each other better in a different way than they do in sort of an academic class. And I think just as we go forward, I don't want to take up time because we're not there, but every one of these things is difficult to make a decision about because I don't feel like we have the data. We don't have the specifics. You know, what does a student look like after 3 years in an elementary Spanish class, or is it just fun? Does it feel good? And we don't have the luxury to fund things that are fun and feel good.
Commissioner Mattson?
I think part of my change in thinking on this has come in of a discussion of what the curriculum is, and in fact also talking with our curriculum committee. My kids went through that program 1 and 3 years ago, and I know for a fact that the curriculum that I heard about from students, staff, and parents is very different. And my kids went through Edmonds. And I want to be very clear that the curriculum last year and 3 years ago was very different. And I think the curriculum that I heard about this year, coming primarily driven by Hunt, is a curriculum I see a need for, and I think I would support. And I think that's where my original decision was coming from.
Commissioner Hockenagel?
So the document says middle school specials teacher, one each school, so 150,000 for 2 teachers. The conversation has been around this healthy living class, but it's my understanding that there's also shop class, woodworking class at each school. And I am a woodworker, I have not heard the advocacy for the woodworking class being saved. And so I'm just trying to understand, why is the conversation around this healthy living class, which I think we would all agree kids need life skills lessons, and more than they do learning how to cut a dovetail joint. So I'm just trying to understand why that's the one that's
I'm guessing
slated
it's
for.
because, as I said at one of the finance meetings, that the reduction in neither class is required. There are components of the curriculum that are required, but neither class is required. And it's no longer woodshop, it's actually design and technology. And it's a course that internal discussions felt was more connected to 21st century learning style. So the internal discussion was around healthy living. I'm sure that if it were put out publicly that you were talking about design and technology, you would have the same number of people showing up at that. But since that isn't what was being discussed, you didn't see the advocacy. Although you did hear one advocate tonight for unified arts, which is both classes combined.
Commissioner Holliday? Commissioner Evans?
I recall, I think it was last budget process, that each administrator at the 2 different buildings had a recommendation, one to cut one to cut the and maybe that fueled some people's thinking that it was one particular program or another when it came to this budget season, but it was administrators' recommendation that was appropriate.
Any other comments? Ready for the vote? The motion is to reinstate to the budget $150,000 for the position of the middle school healthy living teachers. How does that affect our?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh,
So that's a 5% increase in our budget? Yeah, go
So
ahead.
if we were to talk about like the curriculum changes and maybe making it a semester course versus year-long, is that a discussion we have after it's back in the budget and maybe in curriculum? Is that when we usually do that? So it wouldn't be something we would discuss
It
now.
would come out of
That's right, it
curriculum.
wouldn't be something you would discuss now.
Okay, it's just getting it
Yeah.
back in there, okay.
But I hope that you will remember this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just a question of clarification. I mean, is it something that we discuss now and that we put, change it from, I don't know the structure of it at the middle school, but I mean, that we put one of the positions back and split it between the two schools, or, you know, I mean, that would, I don't know if that's a possibility, but I mean.
I don't know either. When you're doing that, you don't cut two people in half because the contract cuts by seniority. So you now have one person going between two schools. You lose travel time, or maybe not, because you might do 2 days and 2 days and just 1 day travel time. I don't know the impact of that. If it's something you chose to do, you could certainly do it, and we would deal with the impact of that. But I couldn't tell you the impact right now.
So my only point in saying, I'm not trying to amend a proposal, I'm saying that it is something we could decide to
It
do
is something
right
you
now.
could decide.
Commissioner Del Duca?
Okay, if you put it back, I don't see where, you said something, it made a 5%
Top right.
impact on the budget, but that's,
this right here.
okay.
That's that number right there.
Then it becomes a,
Went from 4.7 to 5.
okay.
So we're
okay.
right now, we have a proposal for a 5% budget increase.
And that's what would go on the ballot right now.
Yes, this number goes on the ballot, which is up 5% from that number.
Commissioner Ammons?
So why couldn't we say we'd like to see a half-year curriculum? I don't understand why we can't.
I don't understand. See it.
Well, if you, I don't know what the money would look like, because that would need to come from the leadership here, but if we see the importance of it, why can't we say we'd like to see a half-year design and technology and a half-year healthy living class at each middle school?
So that would look like the strings program.
Yeah. I mean, it's a way of compromising where you're not cutting one or the other, but you're changing the format and the curriculum.
I guess
Commissioner Truman?
I guess there's a couple things. You know, one, I could have, but and maybe I should have, but I didn't. You know, just, you know, my proposal's not based on being swayed by, you know, Lysander or what we heard on that. You know, there's my health department life too, where there is statistic and a lot of data showing how critically important what is being taught is being taught. My comment about curriculum goes to exactly the kind of things we're talking about here, is that I do think we need to take a closer look of the details of how it is taught, what is taught, and that can include the structure of that. I am concerned if we're going to start making decisions, and I know it's a fine line, that impacts the curriculum and how things, and I'll leave it to the chair to address that more too if she wishes. These kind of decisions of like, well, now what are we structuring and what are we creating for the schools and what should and shouldn't we get taught? Maybe we only need a half of it in the context of a budget discussion. I think those are the kind of things that you take a more holistic look of the curriculum as a board, or, you know, as a board through the committee. And I think it's important to do, and I don't disagree, but I'm concerned about doing it here in this format. Now, that said, you know, also to say, because as we're watching like the ticker going up, and now I see your point on starting with the reductions first, I do have some proposals for reducing the budget as well. So,
Are we clear about what it is a one course, correct? One teacher.
No, there's.
You want to explain?
Yeah, please.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
It's, the kids cycle through a variety of unified arts: music, art, design and technology, family and consumer sciences. So they'll get it for 6 weeks, and they'll go on to the next rotation for 6 weeks.
That's in sixth grade only.
That's in 6th grade only. And then in 7th and 8th grade,
They get it for one semester.
Yeah.
Of the 2 years. Okay, so.
Of the 2, yeah.
Yeah. So basically.
But you're still cycling through. So if you cut it to one position between the two schools, something's going to change.
That's the current way. Commissioner Lane, I saw your hand. Did you want to say something?
I was merely just, we were trying to figure out that thank you, Ms. Collins, for figuring out that that's how the cycle works, is that it's like half a semester, we have a semester of each during 7th grade, so
In
we
eighth
had
grade.
like we had a semester of family and consumer sciences and then a semester of tech class.
Yeah, and then a semester of art and a semester of music in
Right.
7th and 8th grade. And they get whatever it is, 6 weeks or 9 weeks, in 6th grade, depending on how many split up. Go ahead.
And I agree that we shouldn't figure this all out tonight, but I am concerned that if we did make this cut tonight, so the 6th graders get PE every day, but the 7th and 8th graders, Jeannie, how does, it's what?
Every other day.
Okay, so then you have to consider like the time that you would have to allot for health education in PE, taking away from another class, that gives them a way to de-stress. And then I really am concerned about the impact on the science curriculum in the schools. And then I do wonder how it might impact guidance counselors and if you'd have to add to that in order to accommodate more health education. If you're going to, so I think there's so many questions
Commissioner
out there.
Del Duca?
I'd like to support what Ben was saying about taking a more deliberate look at changes in a curriculum and looking at it from K through, because there's a continuum on the health curriculum and there's drug and alcohol and bullying education that goes on all the way up through. And I think there probably is some duplication, and I think we can eliminate that, but I don't think this is the time or the place to be doing that.
Are you ready to vote? Okay. The motion is to reinstate the position of healthy living teachers, one at each school, in the amount of $150,000 to our budget. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Are there any other motions? Commissioner King?
I'd like make a motion to restore the outreach coordinators at $70,000.
Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner O'Rourke? Do you want to speak to that?
Well, I think this is a piece of our 21st century that we're trying to promote in the district. I also think it's very much connected to the Nellie Mae grant because it is a component of what they are trying to do with the grant in the high schools. There actually is a whole, Kathy knows more about this, there's a whole committee, right, around outreach in the Nellie Mae group. And I think that in the middle schools, again, there are different ways that kids learn, and getting out in the community and making all these connections to community members, I think it's not only good for the kids, but good for promoting the schools out in the community.
Is there any comments? Further comment? Commissioner Mattson?
Yeah, I think a concern that I've had, and I asked a question tonight when Brian Williams was here, of how do they connect with the community outreach program? And the answer I heard is something I think this district needs to work harder on, which is connecting through the schools, because I kind of heard the answer of, well, I don't really, but we're going to. And I think that was one of the concerns. I saw this in isolation, and when I see it in how it connects, as Meredith has also talked about, I feel more strongly in support of this. My concern, and it goes again to the Spanish curriculum, it goes to these other curriculums, they need to be able to connect, and we need to understand how they connect. And the programs and the answers we've gotten during this process have shown that they're kind of separate, but they do need to work on connecting better. So I am going to support this, but it's always going to be on the list of things we're looking at if we're not seeing how it really coordinates with the entire district, and we're not seeing that it does coordinate.
Commissioner Davidson?
Can I ask you, to dig down a little bit more on, I don't know exactly what you mean, like in terms of the middle school reaching out to elementary schools?
I asked Brian Williams, when he was talking about all the community outreach that he does with the sustainability partners, if he has connected with the community outreach coordinators at the middle schools who are doing a very similar thing at the middle schools, reaching out into the community, having a lot of partners. And, the answer I heard was basically no.
But I wonder, is there a natural purpose for doing so? I mean, are the middle school outreach coordinators working exclusively for their schools, or are they meant to be working for the entire district, or?
Well, they are meant to be working for their schools, but just like we have Spanish teachers who are teaching kids in grade school Spanish, shouldn't they coordinate with the middle school Spanish program, which is also teaching Spanish? That's the question I'm asking. And my answer to that is yes, but that's listening as I see a parallel.
Any other comments? Are you ready for the vote?
I have
Okay,
a
Christian
question.
Holiday?
And Ben, you can choose not to answer this. I know it's not a motion, but I'm just curious what your cuts are before I vote on this. You again, Ben, you don't have to say anything. You have every right to just say you'd like to wait.
Things I was going to put out there for discussion, consideration. I was stuck because I don't know where we stand. It included, I've got my glasses on, and if anyone's got any Advil, I sure could use some. To consider the diversity and equity professional development, to reduce the 2 ELL teachers to 1 for this year, and to consider further reduction in non-building administrative budget. None of which offered with any joy.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lasky?
I guess in trying to weigh, and I know we're talking specifically about the outreach coordinator, but it's obviously all in connection with everything else that might be reinstated, could be potentially reinstated. In trying to weigh all of the options, I think the measures that we heard of students first and vulnerable students first, what directly touches vulnerable students, were really good measures. And we've reinstated healthy living teachers, or special teachers, and family school partnerships, which were at the top of my list. And I struggled to put family school partnerships at the top of my list because they're not classroom time. You know, they don't come in direct contact with students as much. But I put them there because they come in direct contact with this huge initiative that I think we really need to put our support behind. But the outreach coordinator is at the middle school. It's not as directly connected to that initiative. It's not classroom time, and therefore I think the next steps need to be we need to be reinstating teachers and classroom staff next. And so I would suggest paraeducators and BHS teachers. And I'm having trouble weighing those myself, but I don't think that the outreach coordinators are the next step.
Any other comments?
I need
Commissioner Del Duca?
Okay, if we add that 70,000 back in, where are we?
5.1.
5.1, okay.
Could you show that, please, David? Commissioner Davidson?
Is the outreach coordinator one position at one school, or is that the outreach coordination initiative across middle schools?
Each middle school has a 50% outreach coordinator position, and it's actually filled by 2 people.
And it's already been cut from full-time to part-time?
I think it was more than that.
Already?
More than that, I think.
Commissioner
So
Holiday?
basically
Okay.
it would go away. There would be no outreach at the middle schools.
Does
I mean, on a very integrated plan level.
do other folks agree with Emily's assessment that it's not essential to Nellie Mae?
I think it's important. I just don't think it ties in as tightly.
We'll see if people want to answer. Commissioner Conchfeld?
I think that the last budget hearing, Nick Mullender made some really, at least said something that kind of stuck with me, is if we are eliminating these positions, who's going to be picking up sort of the slack, or who's going to then be taking on some of these responsibilities? So just for the outreach coordinator at the middle school, because I think Rebecca was just saying that the high school outreach coordinator is under the family school partnership, is that correct? No. So the outreach coordinator would include the high school?
No. The high school outreach position that you've been hearing about is part of family school partnership.
That's what I
I'm
just
sorry.
said. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. But so the outreach coordinators are middle school.
Yes.
So if
Right.
they weren't, so their position then, I'm just curious, and you may not even know the answer, no one does, who would then take on some of those responsibilities, and are they necessary responsibilities?
Necessary is a broad term.
Okay, I like to be broad.
Are they effective responsibilities? Yes.
Okay.
The outreach coordinators, as was described in the commentary, do connect the students with real-world learning.
Okay.
And so who would take it on? Possibly it wouldn't happen. It certainly would happen less. Classroom teachers would take it on if they could. But there would be some things, just as with all of our cuts, there would be some things not happening.
Okay.
Commissioner Evans?
Not to keep harping on the data information thing, but I can't, if I were on the finance committee, it wouldn't be acceptable that there's just a position named to be cut. Like, we need to know what they do. We need, you know what I mean? Like, if we can't even know how effective they are, we need to at least know what they do. And it also feels like this is, I mean, like, to be at this decision-making point and still not really knowing what some of these positions do, it's just a title, is really frustrating.
Commissioner King?
Well, I do have a really good sense of what they do.
Good.
And a lot of it's in this packet. And another piece that I will throw in.
I meant broadly, not just this position.
Okay. But another piece I'll throw in is that I feel that this is a position that also is going to help that Magnet to Middles program. Because especially at Hunt, you're going to have kids from Sustainability Academy pouring into perhaps Hunt. And the gardening piece and the community harvest dinners and all those connections, that hands-on learning that they are getting at Sustainability Community, also at Integrated Arts Academy, I can't think of another place in the middle schools where that would be more part of that integration than that position. You know, because I don't know that all the teachers are going to necessarily be, you know, there are other things, concerns on their plate. So.
Commissioner Mattson? Are you all set? Commissioner Chasen?
I have had kids through the middle school, so I have this idea of how it works, but at the finance committees in the fall, we went over a lot of what the numbers meant and how it affected the other numbers. But then the other thing I want to say is that the student-centered learning piece is the piece of Nellie Mae, is the piece that involves kids being out in the community, learning anywhere, anytime, any place. So I think that was how it connects.
Mr. Grimm?
I agree that there's a lot of value to the outreach positions, but when I see sort of where we're landing with our increase, I agree that some of the paras have to be reinstated back into the budget. And so when it becomes a question of outreach versus paras, I'm going to have to choose paras.
The paras are on my list as well, and I would choose both.
In
Here's
an
my
ideal
feeling
world.
about this. Here's my feeling with this. I feel that, yes, this is a huge budget year. Yes, we had that increase last year, but I think we're now tapping into the bones of our school district. You know, I feel like we're picking away at, you know, none of us wants to make a lot of these cuts, and I don't I as a parent that I want to be in a school district that's just chipping away year after year. It's just, I think we're getting down to the bare bones. Jeannie admitted that when she gave our 3 different scenarios, the 0%, the 2%, the 4%, that we're now getting into that area where we're starting to affect what's going on in the classroom. We're affecting a lot of our initiatives in the district, and it's really hard for me to support that. I think we should instead be turning around, going out to the voters and explaining how crucial this is to supporting our 21st century schools and learning.
Yeah, I'm going to go on the record as I'm getting close to voting no on the budget. Last year we had a budget increase of 11%, and I was forward there saying, okay, I'll accept it for a year, but it's an unsustainable budget to have 5, 6. I mean, when we start adding in this position, adding in the paras, we're at 6% for this year, and that's not. We're not doing our fiduciary responsibility if we're just going to say cost of living inflation plus 4%. That's about the right growth. That's very, very large, and I'm a big supporter of public schools. I've dedicated my life to them, but at some point we also have to be fiscally responsible.
Well, we were dealing with the additions first and then the cuts.
If there are more.
I just want to chime in and say, I agree with Meredith. I think we are chipping away at the bones. I don't think we're chipping away at gold-plated toilets for a smaller and smaller group of entitled students. I think that our district is growing in population, in complexity, in the services that are demanded, and we're cutting into essential things. The truth of the matter is that this is not our budget. This is the people's budget. This belongs to the people of Burlington. And if they don't want to see that the sizes of our schools are increasing by 10%, 12%, whatever, then that's a larger community-wide conversation we need to have. I feel like we're specifically targeting cuts to appease an audience which in my mind doesn't yet exist. Everybody who's come to the meetings to speak that I've attended, the overall impression that I'm left with is preserve our schools. We don't want these things to be cut. I have not seen an overwhelming majority of people come and say, you guys are spending too much, we demand cuts. So in my mind, we're experiencing physical growth, and we're experiencing a public who would like the responsibility and opportunity to pay for it. So that's the budget that I would feel comfortable presenting to the people. If this were a budget that we're demanding an increase so we could have a bunch of luxuries and the kids could all, do some of the things that a lot of kids in other more affluent districts are able to do, well, then we could talk about the need for exceptional fiduciary responsibility and so forth. I don't feel that we're neglecting our fiduciary responsibility when we're showing an increase in a district that is experiencing an increase. I feel for us to try and restrict the growth by cutting services is doing a disservice to the people of Burlington who ultimately need to be having this conversation and being more active and aware of what's happening in our schools.
Well said, David. And I think we need to be careful that I think we're going to get to the point that if we do keep cutting to the bone, that we're going to lose the support of the people that always support this budget, because we're cutting too much out as opposed to the people. There's going to be a certain amount of people who will always vote against the budget, but if we keep cutting away, which we are, then we're going to lose support of a lot of people that we normally don't.
Mr. Holliday?
I appreciate both of those comments. That said, I teach in one of those supposedly affluent districts that doesn't have elementary Spanish, it doesn't have family consumer science, it doesn't have an outreach coordinator. So one could argue that those are luxuries, and they are worthwhile luxuries. But just to say, well, we're going to lose folks to these other affluent districts, a lot of other districts don't have some of these services that we do provide that I do think enrich the educational experience of students. But there are choices that we're making that other places have said, no, we're not going to invest in that, even though their per pupil expenditures might be quite a bit larger than ours.
Any other comments? You ready to vote? Commissioner Crown.
Just for the record, there were people that came to the budget hearing meetings and said, keep it at 0%. So
yeah, I know. I'm not saying that there was nobody that said that, and I've certainly heard their calls, but it's been made abundantly clear that our district is growing, and I think that's of significant concern, and we need to look at that. And if the district is growing, it's only natural that the expenses are growing. And to your point, Patrick, I'm not necessarily comparing us to the more affluent suburbs and suggesting that we'll lose parents, although that may be a concern. I'm comparing us to other metropolitan and cosmopolitan districts in the country, places like Columbus, Ohio, Dublin, Ohio, other areas, like the expectations of a 21st century school district, the services that they're meant to provide, the lifestyle, the transition into college, these are all big concerns. In Burlington, we have very dramatic opposite ends of the spectrum, so there's always going to be a clash of interests. But I think, like, as a baseline, making sure that kids are up on basic health, and I can imagine how many children aren't getting those lessons anywhere else, you can see how something like that really becomes essential rather than a luxury. But, certainly you've raised excellent points as well, so.
Are you ready for the vote?
Did you read?
Okay, the motion is, before I do that, has everybody got the data up on the overhead? I can't see.
Yeah.
Is that updated? Okay. Was to reinstate the,
I'm sorry, is there any way to hold off on it and go through the other items? Just because, or are we gonna go back after and then cut? I'm just curious, because I feel like right now, without seeing the actual percentages of adding in the paras and adding in these other things that I've been hearing from other board members that they feel are also important, I'm just curious if that's an option or not, or if afterwards we go back and we see we're at a 7% budget, we revisit outreach.
we can always go back. We
Okay,
can always go
then
back.
that's fine.
Okay?
I just didn't want to be
Yeah,
here.
we can, last night, the city council, they voted down a motion,
Well,
and
they
they voted,
have
you can
their
always
own
do, yeah,
issues.
we can always, yeah. So we
Have
can
those
always,
issues.
yeah, okay? But I don't want to also make it too complicated for you. So the motion here is to reinstate the position of outreach coordinator, a half-time position in each of the middle schools. And it's a total in our budget of $70,000. To reinstate that to the budget. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I didn't hear a lot of ayes. Want to show of hands? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay. Any other motions? Commissioner King?
Okay, so I promise you, Patrick, last one, okay? So.
Was it required, what?
Was there an abstention?
Was there an abstention? Okay. Three abstentions, okay. Okay, well, I will ask for abstentions from now on.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to reinstate 4 paras to the budget for $100,000.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, Commissioner Grimm? Okay,
And,
go ahead.
Jeannie, would you like to speak to this, or would you like me to quote what you've kind of were?
I don't know.
Okay. So here's what I'll throw out to you, and you can, I won't quote you, and you figure out how you want to say it. So in the scenario, you had, there was tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and tier 1 was, excuse me?
You can quote me.
Okay, was, that one was, which one was 4%? I've lost, thank you, 4%,
Tier 1 was
2%, 0%. And in the, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that tier 1 at 4% was that not? 12 paras, thank you. The second one you said was? 16, and then the third one? 20. And so from what I understand, you said that 9 paras cut from the budget, which is what, I may have done my math wrong, sorry. No, I didn't. 9 paras would have been doable, you could make that work. 12 was kind of a stretch, but 16 was unrealistic, and that's what we've proposed.
16 is unrealistic if you're limiting me to only special education and not looking at what's been added. It's unrealistic.
Okay, so I just want, board members to know that what may happen if we go ahead with the 16 is we're going to be dipping into what we did last year. You heard all the kindergarten teachers show up.
Maybe, not saying you are. You
but
maybe.
it's out there. It's a possibility that could be something we're talking about. And it's possible I should have just started with this one. I felt really strongly about family-school partnership in terms of the connection to Nellie Mae. But this, I agree with Emily, that it really has a direct impact on the children, on the classroom climate, on kids with special needs. So I just, especially considering that our superintendent thinks that 16 is unrealistic, or whichever word you want to use, I just don't feel that we can have that in this proposal.
Commissioner Holliday?
Just a question, Jeannie, you made a couple comments about rethinking the way that we would do special education paras, but I haven't, if not, you may have said, I haven't heard you say more than we're gonna rethink it. Is there a 1 minute synopsis?
Well, what we're
of that
doing
would be
is, we're looking at each school and what their poverty level is, their special ed and 504 numbers are, the types of number of students who need more intensive help versus general classroom help, and looking in some cases there might be more than one adult in the classroom, and perhaps one of the things we're looking at is if we change to a model where there was a paraeducator for every 2 classes, perhaps could we cut back on some paraeducator, or if we clustered kids, or if we're looking at all, so we don't have that answer yet. It's going to take us from now until the end of the year, which is what we have to figure out how we're going to do it, and it may look a little bit different at each school.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps, thank you.
Okay, point of information, just so everybody's clear, if we're talking about cutting 4 special ed paras, we're actually only cutting about $50,000 from the budget because we get $50,000 back on the $100,000 of those expenses. So we're not actually saving $100,000 of expenses, we're just saving a net 50, roughly. We're talking about a special education para.
Okay, I was trying to do it in a way that I save 4 paras, so is that the best way to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Grimm?
Recognizing that Jeannie responded that with 16 there was no way to,
It may not be possible.
No, I understand that. If there are 12 cut, are you confident? Do you have some level of confidence that the kindergarten paras that we put in the budget last year would stay in place?
I do have some level of confidence. I can't absolutely tell you that right now, but it's certainly, I do hear the message that you'd like as much as possible to not touch them, and I'm certainly going to be more able with 12.
Commissioner Rourke?
Did each kindergarten get a para last year?
This year.
This year?
And last,
that's
yeah.
how they were spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner King?
And then if we add a kindergarten classroom, we'll be talking about adding
That's a good point.
another para
Or shifting.
from the,
Shifting,
I should say.
We had 16 paras in kindergartens last year, and we're having 16 this coming year.
I think it was 15 last year, we have 16 this year.
Yeah, right.
15.
15 currently at about 300 students.
Wait a minute.
I'd have to stop that. Oh, no, there are 16 and 16. No, we're not adding a kindergarten
No, we're not adding a
necessarily.
We're not adding a
It's not
classroom.
that we're adding a classroom, it's that there's a shift of teachers. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
thanks.
16, 16 to 16.
I just keep hearing we need a kindergarten teacher,
That's
so it's
because-
implanted in my head. So.
Is there any other comments or questions? So the motion is to reinstate 4 paras to the budget for a increase in the budget of $50,000. Okay? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 1. Any others? Any other motions? Commissioner Truman.
All right. So on the reduction side, I want to propose there's the budget calls for addition of 2 new ELL teachers. I would propose reducing that to 1 for this year. The intent would be to keep following that, and I would hope to put that back next year, but to put that now. The general caveat on that is, first of all, thanks to the amazing work that's gone in on the budget. and an apology that, for various personal reasons, I couldn't be as engaged in a lot of the details as I would have liked to be in November and December on this. So there's aspects of some of these proposals that may have already been discussed, but I want to be putting it out there, especially in the context of what we're doing tonight. So I offer that up as areas that I think we can save some money, but that's also open to,
Can I get
obviously the wisdom of the
second
board.
on that motion? Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Mattson? Okay. Do you want to speak to it now, Commissioner? Toole?
No, I think I jumped the gun. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else want to comment on that?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to reduce our budget by one position, the one ELL teacher position.
You added 2, so you're adding 1 instead.
Julie, I'd love
Go ahead.
thoughts on that, what the demand, I don't know what the demand is.
The demand for 1 teacher is present right now. So the demand for a second teacher would ease some of the tightness that we already have. I mean, clearly I'd like to have 2. I understand that, as you're making the difficult decisions, I really appreciate still having 1.
Did we hire, or did we add any last year?
No, we did not.
We did not.
2 years ago.
That's right, okay. I'm asking. Any other, Commissioner Mattson?
Yeah, I'll just speak to my second. I think there's a balance across many things that we need to look at. I found it hard to make a choice A versus B, and I think in discussions when I've had with this, I think that this has been a way that for me to kind of get into the middle on this, to say, I think I understand it's something we need to keep adding, but I'm not sure that we can take the step we want to take this year.
Any other comments on this motion? Commissioner Della Duca?
Do you have any indication that we're going to be getting more refugees?
Absolutely. I mean, each year, the Refugee Resettlement Program just submitted another proposal for 300 more people next year. What's unknown is how many are kids, how many, but the Refugee Resettlement Program is alive and well, so.
Commissioner King?
I kind of feel like this is a little bit like kindergarten, where we never know what we're going to get and expect. And it makes me a little nervous because I feel like we're going to add 1 anyway in the end.
We haven't so far.
Okay, if you say so. That we'll end up adding the 2 anyway, that we would vote in 1, and in 6 months we'll
She's referring to the fact that the superintendent's requested after the budget's been passed an additional classroom teacher.
After we had a classroom teacher.
And it wasn't your fault, it was just that all these kids showed up and we had to add a kindergarten teacher. But I'm also, I keep hearing from New American parents and kids that they're not graduating from high school with the skills that they need. And we just had the 40 kids arrive at 40 at the high school, and many of them were they didn't speak English at all.
That's correct. They arrived
So
from another country.
it just makes me a little nervous, especially when the district was telling us it needed both. So
The plan called, the strategic plan in ELL called for an addition of 2 ELL teachers for the next several years to get us up to a quality staffing. We definitely need 1. With the addition of the 40 students we have now, we definitely need 1.
then, why would they have asked for 2 if we didn't need them? I don't know.
I didn't say they didn't need them, I said.
Okay.
Commissioner Evans?
I just wanted to make sure that we said what the strategic plan recommended.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Jason?
I agree with what Meredith said. I think, especially since that meeting we had in December with the New American parents, that I think we need to put more instead of less out there for the New American students.
Commissioner Truman?
I have a lot of concern about not meeting the need as completely as we should. I also want to make sure that to the extent that we can, that we're meeting the immediate need as best as we can. If we come along and go, you know what, we're going to need more, and then now we have to put up a half position or whatever, well then we do what we have to do. Frankly, a part of what I want to see us do, and this is a piece of it, is this is some of the unique aspect of this school district, and the state needs to recognize that, and I think we need to focus on, and I will get off my soapbox in like a half second on this, as a board and as a district, work on on the strategy to help the state recognize this is the kind of financial assistance that the district needs that other districts may or may not, that we are taking on responsibilities that other districts are not to certain extents. It wouldn't change a thing. I think the door is wide open, and I want it as wide open as possible. I think it enriches us. But it puts demands on our district, and I think the state has a responsibility to help us meet those needs.
Washington, too.
And Washington. So that's a political thing that I think we need to follow up for. For right now, it's what exactly do we need? Can we get by with one right now? If we have to come back because it wasn't enough, then let's have that discussion. But I'm not the expert in the field, that's why I'm putting this out there like this.
Commissioner Holliday?
Thinking about, as several people have said, what's best for kids. I kind of think 2 ELL teachers, I'd rather see $70,000 for one ELL teacher, $70,000 for a second ELL teacher, taking away $70,000 for the middle school outreach. If it comes down to that, if we have $140,000 that we're going to spend between those 3 positions, what's best for kids? I think 2 ELL teachers are better for kids than 1 ELL and 1 outreach, or 1 FTE for outreach.
Commissioner Davidson?
I think it's better for some kids and not for others.
Can I respond? As a classroom teacher, I do some of that outreach stuff. I'm the one, I'll get on the phone and I'll make contacts with other folks. I can get parents that can work some of that for me. I can't get a parent who's going to come in and be an ELL, provide ELL support in a trained way.
Commissioner Lasky?
I also think it's fundamental versus extra and fun. Really, really great and really enriching to the curriculum, but one is fundamental.
Any other comments? Are you ready for the vote? The vote is to reduce from our budget the amount of $70,000, 1 position ELL teacher. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. The nays have it. It's failed. Are there any other motions? What? How many no votes?
There were 2 yes votes.
There were 2 yes votes, I'm sorry. 12 no votes. Commissioner Truman?
I move to reduce the budget by $80,000, removing the diversity and equity professional development line item.
Is there a second to that motion?
Can I have clarification? Are you referring to the 80,000 that's in there, because that's not just a professional development line item? So you're referring to the 80,000 that we just put in there?
I don't know. I'm working
I think
on-
it's the 80,000 that
The
was put in
80,000.
there at the finance committee meeting. That's,
Diversity and equity professional
yeah.
development,
So
Correct.
is your motion to not add 80,000?
Correct. To remove that addition. The diversity and equity professional development item, $80,000, was included as an administrative addition.
Right, it shouldn't have just reflected professional development. There's a detailed budget that the finance committee got, but that's fine.
Is there a second
Okay.
to that motion? Second to that motion? Any other motions? Commissioner Truman?
Is there a second?
No.
Nope. That's all right. Additional non-building administration reduction in the amount of $125,000. And I put that out there for discussion because I think it's important that we have, well, that'll come after whether there's a second.
Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner O'Rourke?
Second discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Truman, do you want to discuss it?
I'm not a big fan of budget reductions because I think everybody contributes something extremely important to this district. I do think it's important, though, when we're making these difficult decisions about services that, that are specific to the students, that we ask the administration to continue to take a very hard and difficult look at efficiencies and other ways to conduct business at the administrative end, and that's what this is intended to do.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Additional non-building administration reduction in the amount of $125,000. This is in addition to, yeah, this does not address the existing proposal for cuts. This is in addition to that.
Okay, we already have two positions.
This is a dollar figure reduction.
Just a dollar figure, okay. Commissioner Cronsfeld?
Yeah, just a question. So, without a list of, and I think this is public knowledge, what people make at central office. So I wouldn't know if that was one position, if that was two positions, would it be three positions? So I don't know if we can get if there's access to that information.
That is why I did it as a dollar figure, because I'm not going to presume to know how business should be conducted. I think we're looking at dollar savings for the budget in general, and this is one area of asking the administration to say, here's an amount of savings that need to be made.
So if they need to
use your creativity to how to do it.
Okay.
And as I said earlier, it's not with any joy that I make that proposal or anything. So,
Commissioner O'Rourke?
I'd like to have the superintendent
Okay.
offered opinion on this.
What did you say, Bernie?
I'd like to have the superintendent speak to this.
If you recall the central office administration analysis document, I'm going to kind of quickly walk you through it. There is no single position. To reach 125, it would be more than a position. The structure of the central office is to support the work that's happening in the schools. So in no particular priority order, just as I walk around the building in my head. There's a business manager, and so you can't cut a business manager, you can't cut a special education director, because those are mandated positions across the state, okay? So then there's instructional technology, IT. So if you're cutting a director position there, then you don't have a way of providing that instructional technology oversight, coordination, and long-range planning, systems planning. There's curriculum. Believe it or not, it's not mandated by the state, but again, we have 9 out of 10 schools identified as schools in improvement. We're struggling to meet the mandates and keep us moving forward in a manner of excellence. So to cut, there's one curriculum director, there is no extra staff there. HR department, there's one director in HR with an administrative assistant who is not a secretarial position, but actually a position that stands on its own in the sense that the HR director focuses primarily on negotiations, support to the schools for supervision, evaluation, state mandates and compliance work, and then the administrative assistant position or the support position hires. I mean, does all the pieces that brings the people in, that makes sure the contracts are done, that all that piece that needs to happen that somebody would have to do. Special education, we have a special education director, and again, that office, the administrative assistant in that office is not a secretarial position, but actually functions as our homeless coordinator, our special education audit specialist, transportation specialist, and often the first line of for all parents that's helping us avoid legal costs. The grants director position brings in the grants, and for a district where about 20% of what we do is based on grants, somebody would have to write those grants, even the mandated ones, and we would not be getting, we just in the last week, as a matter of fact, the grants director brought in 2 additional $25,000 grants that we had never had before. So that position almost pays for itself just by bringing in the outside funding. We would not have that. She brought in a $25,000 grant from Amy E. Tarrant to support the professional development work at Integrated Arts Academy, and a second $25,000 grant that supports a brand new one from a brand new funder that supports the Tooth Tutor, expanding our Tooth Tutor program, which is completely grant funded, that affects student achievement. Walking around the building. That leaves And then we've already cut the director of operations. We've already cut facilities administration position. That's where I'm taking the second position from. That leaves diversity and equity. And again, I will just restate that right now, as we're trying to get this plan off the ground for diversity and equity, right now is not the time to cut out any one of those 4 legs of that table. So where does that leave me to find $125,000 since we only are 1 person deep in our director positions? It would mean I'm looking at the support staff, or I'm cutting into after-school programming, but more likely the support staff, which means that we won't have the receptionist answering the phone. We won't have, we don't have, basically the administrative support positions that we have in central office is Mary Ann Kalman, my administrative assistant, who is support for the whole front office. Chelsea, who is the receptionist and supports both diversity and equity as well as IT. And we have one that's shared between curriculum and the EEE program. Those are the actual secretarial type support staff positions that we have, which the 3 of them probably wouldn't even add up to $125,000. So if I were looking at, I'm not sure where else I would go. I would probably start by looking at freezing salaries to a crew of people who have been frozen or kept behind the administrators consistently for the past 4 years and have never caught up to them. I think that the 2-position cut that we've already made is pretty significant. And so the next cuts that would be made would be cuts into services for children and services supporting the schools.
Commissioner Della Duca?
I know that we had a conversation in the committee meeting on encouraging you to take a look at going countywide. And have you had a chance to start doing that?
No, we had that conversation 3 days before the holiday vacation.
I don't know when the superintendents meet.
We have had similar discussions in past years too, so.
Yeah.
But, I see the handwriting on the wall that was brought up at the thing by some people here tonight. It's certainly been brought up by people in my end of town. And so I guess I would really encourage us as a board and as a administration to look at ways to go across districts. I don't think we need to have transportation people in every district, and maybe that's another thing we need to talk about at a state level. Is it absolutely necessary that every district have a business manager?
Right.
Given,
I see what you're saying.
You
They
know,
have to have business management services.
Yeah,
They could purchase them from us.
Yeah, given what we have as far as computer capacity and so on now.
Right.
So I just wanted to bring up number 1 that we talked about it. Number 2, that I still want to keep everybody's toes to the fire on it because I think it's coming down. We're going to have to.
Any other comments? Mr. Mattson?
I did forget one position, ELL.
I know we have built up the diversity and equity office, and it's been a major goal of a major board goal. I think what's going to happen in future board years as we're talking about this is that office is going to be important. Jill has talked about a need for data. It's going to be important for places like that to really be very clear about what they're doing, what job responsibilities are, and how it's all being played out. In part because it is where there have been admin ads. I think we have to think about things. I know we have a grant position. We're one of the few places that do. We're also one of the largest districts in the state and probably get a fair amount of funding from there. But whereas the classroom is a place I don't understand, and Patrick talked about doing some of the community outreach work on his own, and that maybe that's a way that something like that can get covered. I can see some things in central office how they can get covered with if another position were to go away. And I can picture what would have to happen if grants went away. We would have to have, the special education director would have to take on the work that goes with the grant funding that supports that. There would have to be work within the individual schools and probably with the curriculum director on title funds. Other particular funding, when they're available, we have employees who are working for things like Partnership for Change, but Partnership for Change is part of the district, and there are places in there. I mean, if we were to force this kind of that position, if we were to state that that's the position that had to go, it would require shifting around responsibilities, just as it is when we get rid of Director of Operations and change the setup for facilities. We have to move some things around, and we have people in certain positions taking on such aspects of the negotiations, other people taking on different aspects of facilities, and so on. And I guess what I do is when I look at management at that level, I see, well, if that position goes away, these things have to go around to the other parties. Another party actually would be, after schools, taking on probably additional work with the grant piece that they have there. If we go away from things, I mean, every year we get a document of 50 some odd pages that talk about administrative efficiencies. And if people are concerned about kids coming in supporting a class, I mean, a 50-page document supporting the administrative staff is a very similar piece. In my mind, it really is marketing to keep the staffing levels and what we have. I think that the numbers here are a bit high as proposed by Commissioner Truman, but I think that it really has to be looked at. Is there, in all different places, a different way to deliver what we need to be delivering, and some things might slip. And one thing about taking on additional grants that I've seen in this district, one of the reasons we have battles on and we're having these discussions on things like community outreach, the reason it exists, the reason community outreach exists in the first place in this district, it was originally a grant-funded program. And eventually the grant goes away. It's not we lost it, the grant money goes away. There's time constraints on it. And at some point, it went off and came onto the local district. And so the grant funding is good. It has something, and I'm looking at grant funding because it's one I think I can picture how it would play out if it wasn't there. And because of that, although I think the number's high, and I think it probably is a bit stressful on the district, I'm not going to offer an amendment to it. But I think I would have to support this because I am looking for a bit more that we need to remove from the budget, and I'm trying to stay away from the classroom as much as possible.
Commissioner Truman?
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, Commissioner Rourke, are you okay with that?
Yes. If the board is in agreement with the understanding that I think, following it through with what Commissioner Mattson is saying is the general intent, for the same reason that I didn't, the earlier conversation about micromanaging the classroom, same thing with the administration, but for the same reason that, as we're talking about the ELL position, that the superintendent come with us, we need a second position, here's blah, 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 blah. I'd like the board to please go ahead and approve a new position. I would like us to be able to, Mr. Chairman, if this is something that's feasible, to do this exercise. And I would like the administration to come back to the board, and we can set a time certain, whatever is reasonable, to see how we can do things differently and what are those efficiencies, and come back to us with a proposal that would, in the end, reduce, the overall budget or whatever the impact has of how can we do things and think about difference. I'm concerned about where we're going with the budget for exactly the latter of the reasons that you're talking about. I was honestly uncomfortable with, an arbitrary figure, but I think it's important that we do that, and I think it's extremely important to the people in the district and the taxpayers in the district that we are making this effort. So I need that effort to be made. And if that's a commitment that we can get within, the next quarter of this year, that we can then come back and say, what can we do? What are the options? And where are there places that we can save money? And then maybe there are cuts to be made or whatever proposals. Then I'm open to going that route. I would be interested to know if people have other thoughts on that. But I don't want to ham-handedly come in and force, a cut down the throat, but I would like it if we can do it in a thoughtful and surgical way that actually makes things efficient, and with the understanding that this may not be the direction that we want to go, that we would not otherwise necessarily make those kind of choices, but we should have to make some of these tough choices and to think that through. You're the seconder. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. But.
You all set, Commissioner?
I'll second that.
Okay.
And, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it would be a good exercise. I was hoping that with the new business model and the accounting system that we could take on business from other districts. As a source of income, which would, feed into this study. But no, I would agree with Ben that I think it'd be a worthwhile exercise, and maybe cuts can't be made, but at least it'll be down that we can see it, the numbers.
Mr. Mattson?
I think there's also a board challenge here too that we should make sure that we're thinking about. I think really to get anything done, there's going to have to be some bigger thoughts beyond what we're talking about here. And we've got Partnership for Change going that is looking at programmatic things that work between two districts. I think, and there's several big pushes out there of regional districts and things like that. If we really want to make some kind of changes, I think that that's going to be something that we're going to have to look at. And I think we as a board are going to be really should be the body that drives something like that. And when I say that, do we go out to Chittenden County schools or it doesn't have to be just Chittenden, but we're close, we're pretty much surrounded by Chittenden County to say, hey, we need to create some regional organizations here, and it could be anything from just sharing a business manager to full consolidation as far as I could, and I think that's really what it's going to take to get some change here.
Commissioner Holliday in the policy and advocacy is leading us in that direction. I think there'll probably be some recommendations to the full board in the sense of what you're talking about, consolidation, working on that, in addition to advocating for lifting the moratorium on school funding for construction and for changing the fund, the formula to include a higher level for ELL students to support our monies. Come on, Commissioner.
Yeah, I don't want to draw us out for too long because we're all getting tired and there's another meeting. There's more meeting, but I'm glad you're working on that in policy, because I think part of what we're seeing tonight is we are trying to get down into the bones, and we were having to look at things we didn't want to cut, and the thing is we have to think about our community values, and we value being a welcoming community that invites new Americans in to our schools, much like many of our, ancestors came. And also that we made a choice a number of years ago to keep 6 elementary schools. Mm-hmm. And as many people have pointed out, apparently, that's a good thing because our population is growing. We decided not to pursue the idea of 2 elementary schools or 1 elementary school. So there were things in the past that had we maybe pursued that might have changed our financial picture, but as a community we decided not to do that. We decided instead not to redistrict to come up with magnet schools to achieve SEI. And so I just think we need to keep remembering what our community values are, but also, in light of that, look at other ways of having a financially sustainable school district. And I think Alan and Patrick, I hope, are on that. I just hope that that's what we're going to do over the next year, because we can't keep going on like this year after year if we have the federal budget pressures that we do.
I also want to make sure that one of our values is that we're challenging all of our students and that we are making sure that we're meeting the needs of our high-performing students as well as our...
Absolutely. And Jeannie has pointed out time and again that those students can come from all levels of income.
That's right, income levels, that's right.
And ethnic backgrounds. So, there are kids coming who are new to the country that need to be, their goal is to go to college, and that's what we heard from the parents. So I just think, I don't want to jettison, I just don't want to trim back the school district so much that we're not offering things, to our neediest students and our full range of students. I'm sorry I'm getting tired, so I'll stop.
Commissioner Davidson?
I just want to kind of echo the same sentiment. I feel like as much as we need to look for cuts, we also need to be looking for new revenue, and I won't claim to be terribly knowledgeable about how all of that works in the public school system, but we can't get ourselves into a situation where it's like the more we grow, the more we have to cut. I mean, it's counterintuitive, and I think that as we grow in complexity of needs and so forth, that we also need to grow, and certainly as we grow in population and as Burlington grows in population density. I mean, one of the citizens who showed up to speak at an earlier public comment said that perhaps the impact fees have become outdated, and I'm sure you all could tell me much more about public school funding and the state of Vermont's perspective on it, but whatever is happening, I don't know that it's happening fast enough, and I don't know that people are paying enough attention to what we're going through and the level of stress that we're dealing with. So I would call on that for consideration also, that we need to be looking for additional revenue as well as places to make reductions, because we are legitimately experiencing significant growth, and that needs to be a part of the consideration.
Commissioner Alcanedo?
If there are no further motions, can we move the vote on the budget?
You certainly can. Just waiting for any more comments. You've moved, I'm assuming you're moving the question. So does anybody have another motion? Okay. So we have a motion now. We have a budget proposal, which is a 5.3% increase over last year. The amount is $62,766,794. Is everybody clear about that amount and the impact? So do you have the motion? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Mattson to adopt a budget. We've amended that motion with all our additions to it, and so now we are ready to vote on the motion. Are you ready? All those in favor of adopting a budget in the amount of, where'd the money go? $62,766,794. Please raise your hand. All those opposed? It's unanimous. We have a budget. A budget that everyone has had a hard time with. It's big compromises, hard, but we have a budget. We also know our difficulties in revenue. We need more revenue. Commissioner Mattson?
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
That we amend the agenda so that we only do items that need votes.
Okay.
Which would be 8A, 8B, and the consent agenda.
Does anyone, Commissioner Cronsville?
Yes,
You want to second that?
I second that.
Okay. Okay, we
Hey,
just,
I'm-
we have a motion seconded. All those in favor of that motion,
Well,
please?
no, there can be discussion.
Okay.
There can be discussion, I mean, and I would like people to discuss it, but my point is, I would just like to say,
Good.
my point is that it's gotten very late. We do have some items to vote upon, but I'm not sure that we need to have full committee reports. And I certainly understand that this could be the wrong thing to do, but I'm putting it out there for discussion.
Does, Commissioner Hoffman?
I fully support it, and there's one thing that we were going to bring up in diversity and equity, which is a request to re-examine the way the tables are located. And when we're talking about all the spending, I see 7 really high-paid district employees that come to these board meetings that have no ostensible role, and only one, I think, has spoken. So I would ask the administration to revisit why all of these staff members have to sit through this for 4 hours once a month.
Is one of them not paid well?
Well, okay, 8, I can't see everybody. But it was something that came up at diversity and equity, so I just wanted to make sure that that was brought to the attention, that however you want to approach it,
Yeah, but Paul,
I
I
would
don't
like
think
to
they're
hear.
paid to sit there.
No.
I mean, this is part, I mean, it's part of their salary, so if they're here, they're
Right,
here.
right, but I would like to.
Okay.
Okay.
I can
I'm
You've given.
just wanted to be clear that they're not getting a stipend sitting.
No.
Right, but I think they could use
They
the rest
are
and be
hearing
more
what we
effective
have, what we're
tomorrow.
thinking. Okay, but your recommendation is duly noted.
Just to revisit,
Okay.
what's the role of the rest of the staff at the board meeting, and is there a way to rearrange the tables in such a way that the public can be more engaged with the conversation?
Like,
I don't know. Tell me.
Well, can we work with this motion?
How does that relate to the question?
It doesn't. You need to move on. But is there any, Commissioner Matson asked if there any objection to his motion. Does anybody else? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, which is to do which items, Commissioner?
Wait, was there a second?
Yes,
Yeah, second.
Commissioner Cronitzfeld.
Thank you.
8A, 8B, and number 12, the consent
12.
agenda.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Commissioner Holliday, you're.
Boy, we can do this fast too.
No,
Second.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you have to do 12B, the proposed tuition rates. That has to be done
Okay,
in
so
January.
I'm sorry, I meant all of 12.
You meant all of 12.
yes.
That would be,
That's
that
what
would
I
work.
heard. That's what I understood. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Holliday?
I'm moving second reading, equal employment opportunity and non-discrimination policy. We have talked about this, passed it. Well, I'll move it then.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner O'Rourke, is there any?
Second reading, this is the Boy Scout one that we deleted Boy Scouts out of, and it takes place in others, it's reflected in other spots. We passed it last month, this would be second.
Any comments, questions? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner, all those opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, your next item?
I'd like to move, oops, I have it here, policy ACAF, non-discrimination of vocational education programs.
Is there a second? Commissioner Chason?
Again, this is the second reading, we passed this last month.
Any
I'm not gonna
comments,
say any more.
questions? All those in favor of policy ACAF, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay,
Do you have a consent agenda?
Okay. Commissioner Holliday, do you have any others?
No, I am done.
Okay, good. Okay, we're going to consent agenda. Okay.
6, can I pass out the consent?
Commissioner Evans has emailed all of us.
No, I didn't email everybody, I emailed you and Jeannie and the committee.
Oh, okay. So would you prefer to do that next time?
Whatever.
Okay, we'll make sure it's corrected for next time. How's that?
You could
Pull it-
actually,
you mean
you
you're
could
pulling it
actually
off the
look at it
agenda? Yeah.
at our next diversity and equity meeting,
Okay. Okay.
right?
So we,
Could
this
you,
is the actual-
for our clerk, could you give some detail of what you and Jill just decided?
well, basically, if you remember, Commissioner Evans said that the
So
diversity and
you're
equity
asking to pull the
they're pulling-
minutes
we're pulling them off because they're not.
Diversity, equity, what date?
12/19?
Yeah, the 12/19. It's that last one, okay?
For corrections by
For
committee.
correction, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other items under the consent agenda you want to pull off? Changes? questions? Are you ready for the vote?
Motion.
Although, I have a motion, can I have a motion for the consent agenda? Commissioner Mattson, seconded by Commissioner Truman. Okay. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay.
Tuition rate.
Tuition rate. Can you talk about that?
Actually, it's kind of on the consent agenda, but without detail.
Okay. Well, we have.
That's because you have, so you probably just did approve it, but you do have the detail.
Well, we have a separate report. I think
You
we
have
should
a
take.
separate
I
report.
want to take a separate vote on that.
So that's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to ask David to speak to the tuition rate.
Well, should I just make a motion that we
Yeah.
accept, I would make a motion that we accept the tuition rates that are listed in the document, on
FY14 BSD announced tuition rate report.
Thank you. It's called, what is it called?
FY14 BSD announced tuition rate report.
You could say as recommended.
As recommended by the administration.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Holliday? Okay. Do you need any explanation of that?
Yeah, I would like, if
Okay.
possible, if David could say,
David?
speak to it.
And this is why the people are sitting there, by the way. And others
Okay,
wish to be.
it's right here.
Well, if we're gonna talk about that, do you still take minutes? Do you still
Okay.
take minutes?
I need to for follow-up.
Okay, can we have the side conversation? David, explain tuition rates?
Each year, by the 15th of January, each district in Vermont is required to announce the tuition they will charge for the following year at various levels of education. If they do not, then they cannot charge more than they charged in the current year. So if you want to increase what you put on your bill for next year, you have to announce by the 15th. At the end of the year, if you have, say you decide you didn't change your rates, but your cost went up by $1,000, you can bill back in retrospect. So you don't lose the money, you just lose the cash availability during the course of the year. In terms of how do we come up with an announced tuition, the numbers that are before you are based on what was allowable as defined by the state. When fiscal year 11 ended, fiscal year 12 ended last June, Karen put together all the financial data, went into the state sifted through it, and they said, based on what you actually spent, your allowable tuition was X. You announced at the beginning in January, 18 months before, you announced this rate, this is what you're allowed to charge, based on what your actual expenses were. And based on that, that's what either has to be sent back to the districts if you've overcharged them, or you can claim back from them. All of that, which is to say, here, can you hear me? All of which is to say that the announcement that is here is based on, firstly, on our most recently audited, if you will, state allowable tuition as of the end of June fiscal year 12. So that was the starting place. And then the next place to look is what is changing in between fiscal year 12 through 13 and into 14. So there's a 2-year gap there. And so a modest estimate of changes was added to the allowable rates. I did an analysis going back 8 years and found that over those 8 years, we were off by more than the allowable 3% in about 75% of the time. So I tried to get us as close as possible to the allowable amounts. If the 3% margin is the difference where you have to send back beyond 3,000 if you over 3% that you've overcharged, or if you've undercharged by more than 3%, you can charge them extra. So it was an attempt to go from a conservative position of what's already been established as of the end of fiscal year 12, and then trying to make a modest projection forward the best that I could for 2 years from that for FY14. That's what these amounts are, and we are required to announce them in these categories. Kindergarten by itself, as a full-time program, $12,000. The same rate for grades 1 through 6. And then for about 4 or 5 years now, there's been no middle school rate. The middle school has been folded into the secondary rate, so grades 7 to 12 come together. And the number there is the one that represents both a historical and a modest projection going forward. We also are required to, if we want to charge any more for our special education program, specifically the on-top program. We have to announce it here, and this is the amount that we're proposing to announce, and the tech center was the number that came from the tech center.
And that's already been approved.
It's already been approved. Not specifically, but it's incorporated in the budget that was approved.
Commissioner O'Rourke?
I was wondering why grade 6, being middle school, would be included at the elementary rate.
It's a different model. Even though it's in our middle school, it follows closer to an elementary model. Because you don't have a team of teachers. You have
So if we have a teacher who's working 1/3 of the time in 6th grade and 2/3, we have to allocate their expenses in our accounts according to the amount of time.
And
they're
elementary
spending.
certification goes through 6th grade too.
Any other questions? Are you ready for the motion? Which is to adopt the recommended FY14 tuition rates for Burlington School District. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Are there any other motions? Commissioner Holliday?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Commissioner Cronsfeld? We have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We pass unanimously.